all wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. All right, traders, how we doing out there? Welcome to it. It's another bright week here at Trade the Pool. Excited to get to the trading action. Of course, it was a wild week last one as we got, of course, the big earnings stocks, but it doesn't mean that it slows down this week. There's actually more earnings this week than there was last as you get more of the mid caps, right? Those software names will be coming in. And of course, one of the biggest reports of the week, AMD, as that stock's been on a massive 8-week rally. There's a lot to take a look at in the markets today. We'll dive right into it with the Sunrise report. We'll cover some action on some trading. Stick around, guys. A lot of action coming up. Let's get to this morning's Sunrise report. Crude is up there towards 105.22 as geopolitical tensions, of course, creating some bigger lift there in energy. We'll see what happens if this continues to lift the continues to kind of lift here. Will it affect the markets? Crypto on a nice little breakout, clearing the 80,000 level. We'll see what happens with that action. Can it continue to make a move higher? And then there's some names to take a look at in the market today. We'll be talking about some of the action out there in the market. Even GME had a huge spike, and now it's all the way back down. Wouldn't you know it? The roller coaster that is GME. We'll talk a little bit about that. And it looks like there was Tyson reported this morning, and it's getting a little bit of a lift. We'll talk a little bit about those earnings beating the EPS and revenue outlook. We'll see what happens. Let's keep taking a look at what else is moving the markets today. We also had eBay up, of course, with that GME news, but also Coin is up this morning 3% as it's tracking, of course, BTC, and this has been a nice little rally here in Coin. We'll look to see what else is making a lift there. We'll take a look at some trading action, and of course, a lot of the market just focused on what happened throughout the weekend with the war. Pretty much nothing, right? And we'll continue to see what happens to see if there's any type of escalation increase. And then, of course, the earnings is really the focus as we continue moving forward. Will semiconductors remain hot, right? They were so hot, they had to lift and continued pushing. Will we get some pullback early in the week? Let's go ahead and let's bring on, of course, Michael Noss. Let's talk about the market and talk about the recent action. What's going on, man? How we doing?
GameStop. I laughed when I saw this whole
GameStop.
This whole GameStop thing. I'll do my kind of chat about the market in a second, but this whole GameStop thing is hilarious. So, first of all, they're buying a company that's like 4 times their size, and then everyone goes, "That's bullish, right?" And then it seems like the weekend comes by, and they're like, "Oh, they're gonna have to raise a ton of money if they want to do this." And who are they going to raise the money from? Me. And then it's all the way back down. And normally what happens is the acquiring company gets dumped on. Like, that's just standard operating, right? The guy that gets bought out gets a lift because, hey, this old failing company is going to get a little life. Generally, it's a company with like really deep pockets and, they're kind of profitable on their own, and they buy it. And then they still get sold off. And in this case, so I just thought it was hilarious that GME was going up. Unfortunately, when I'm looking at it, the options market is closed. I'm not going to short GameStop just like straight up because I've seen this story before. I know how insane these people can get to. So I'm not going to touch it. It's not a trade for me. I just think the whole thing is hilarious. All we needed was Roaring Kitty to come back at that exact time and do another tweet. And I don't know, maybe this thing's $100 again, but who knows? But it's
right back where it was.
Cooler heads. Again, if you're buying the other company, the idea is that you're spending a bunch of money now to hopefully buy that company and clean it up and fire management and all this kind of, and then in the future you get a return on that. But generally when you do the acquiring, it's like, okay, cash is leaving. So, and it's not like you're buying a good company, you're buying eBay. My tweet about it was just like, today I was reminded that eBay exists. I don't know when the last time I've ever even heard anyone talk about eBay. So good for them, I guess.
Bro, you don't buy all your goods on eBay?
Yeah. The pain. I can either click one button on Amazon and be guaranteed it's going to be in my house for 2 days, or I could like haggle with some guy I don't know, and maybe the product is there, maybe it's broken. It takes them like 4 weeks to ship the thing. Yeah, I think I did like 1 or 2 things on eBay like way back, like 10 years ago, and was mad about the experience then, let alone now that everything's gotten so much easier. But let's just pop in. Let's take a quick look here at the markets. Another one of those times that it makes a lot of sense to really zoom out and look at what happened overnight. So on the weekends, right, it's the market opens. Most people know this, but if you don't, the market opens up on Sunday night. So you get a lot of trading that happens before you even get anything that happens today. And even though you wake up, you look at the headline numbers, I'm looking down now. If you look at the futures, they're flat. They're actually not moving. If you look at the actual equities, because they just have different close times, they're showing down ever so slightly, like 0.1%, pretty much a nothing day. But if you look at the kind of what happened after hours and around these times, you get a little bit of a different story, right? You get this big pop that happened kind of right in through here. And most of the evening, actually, we were showing up 0.25%, even maybe 0.5% at one point, and then we had this sell-off that happened in the morning. This is geopolitical stuff and tweets and all of that, but that to me paints a little bit of a different story than coming in and just looking at the headline number and saying, hey, it's flat. Diving into the data and saying, okay, we were up quite a bit more and now we're flat, and then we've also had this move that erased our up a little bit, right? Up 0.25% more. That to me is okay. Now I need to really kind of look at these highs and see if we can retake them. And if it's something that is interesting at all to us, if we are going to end up kind of breaking through that range where I'm looking at it, and I'll address the elephant in the room, which is this topping tail, in a second, but a lot of people are looking for that short. So before we go to commitment of traders data, real quick, I did want to pull in this kind of presentation that I made right here, just because everybody in the world that I saw was tweeting about this shooting star topping tail type of pattern, and oh my God, this is bearish. And
oh no.
yeah. It's what the textbooks would tell you, right? If you go and you look at this pattern, you look it up in any textbooks, they say, oh, this is very bearish. You have to be very careful of this thing. But we don't live in that world anymore, in which we have to just blindly follow the textbook, right? We can just go and run some very simple math here. So with our partners over there at TrendSpider, I just went and I asked it a very simple question. I said, okay, what happens if you short when there's this topping tail, when there's a shooting star pattern? They have the pattern just code it right into their system, so you don't have to do anything fancy. What happens if you short when there's a shooting star and then you hold it for this chart here is 5 days? Well, 66% of the time you lose money. So that to me is something that almost is compelling enough to take the other side of the trade. If you hold it for 2 weeks, again, about 2/3 of the time you lose money. If you hold it for a month, 70+% of the time you lose money. So there doesn't seem to be any statistical significant value at all to this particular topping tail. Now, talking about the COT data, the commitment of traders data, again, we're always focused on the red line here because this is the wrong people. They're the large institutions, the people who are the most wrong the most amount of times, and they have shorted. And we talked about this a couple weeks ago. They got a little bit more short. If we go in here, the S&P 500 consolidated, very slightly more short, but still short almost 100,000 contracts. So on the way up, right, they were net flat here. So they were most long that they've been in a long time, right at the lows. And as we're moving higher, they're getting more and more and more short. That's where the big money is. They're shorting into this move, which is insanity. It doesn't make any sense to me, but kind of just harkens back to what we saw last time. Let's go out from just go back to here. So I was pounding the table here as hard as I could in 2025. A lot of people saying, oh, but the tariffs and inflation, and wait for the other shoe to drop, and blah, 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 blah. But it was the same story. They got pretty flat right here at the lows, which means, they were long going into it. So they puked everything out in the lows. And as we went higher and higher, higher last year, they shorted more and more and more. And we're starting to see that same pattern now. So it looks like these guys may not have learned their lesson. And one thing that was really interesting to me is they added quite a bit to the short side on the Russell. And the Russell's actually been pretty strong, but they've gone from being short, maybe 10,000 contracts to now 20,000 contracts. They were shorting inside this base, and now we've just broken out of it. I wanted to go and show energy real quick because we don't always care about energy, but we certainly do now. Now, what's important to note here on energy is that they're never short. The large institutions are never net short energy. And the reason for that is that the commercial hedgers are always net short energy. Their job is to always be selling contracts out there in the future for oil. Always. That's like their one kind of role in life, is to make sure that you are selling these futures contracts so we have some idea of what we're going to spend on oil. And by commercial hedgers, again, we mean airlines and shipping companies and trucking companies and anyone who is going to expend a large amount of oil. And so the speculators are always long. So the question is, how long? And again, these are the guys that are always wrong, and they are the most long they've been in a long time. So there's not a potential short squeeze in oil in the way there is in equities, but these guys have really started to pile into the long side. So on equities, I was seeing that they were short, and I was saying, okay, that makes me bullish. In oil, they are very long. You can see they were almost flat going into before this popped up, and now they're deciding at oil 100 they want to buy. Didn't like oil at 50, love oil at 100. That to me seems like, okay, these are the guys who are wrong. They're piling in now. Maybe time to look a little bit at the other side. Short, this is the last thing I wanted to point out here, but natural gas, they have gotten a record short position of natural gas down here. That to me is starting to get a little bit interesting, that everyone's short natural gas. And we're at this price on natty gas where we have bounced a bunch. We bounced here last year and then a little bit around here earlier this year. The big warning I always give is they call natural gas the widowmaker for a reason. If you trade oil like you trade a large cap stock, you trade natural gas like you trade a small cap stock. You wake up the next day and natural gas is gapped up 20, 30% or gapped down 20, 30%, and nobody is surprised. So just be careful with this. But to summarize, they're short equities, which I love, and they're shorting more equities. They are very long oil, and they've only started buying around the hundreds, which if you want to short oil, that's something you should love. And they're shorting natural gas. Quickly, just to the currencies side of things, just because Bitcoin has been actually moving. So this chart might actually be interesting. What I don't like about this is how much the large traders have been buying in through here. I would have loved it the other way around. In a perfect world, right? As this is just moving sideways, we're seeing the institutions short aggressively into this as they're thinking it's going to be the next bear flag. That would be my perfect scenario. That is not what we're seeing. We are seeing them actually buy the dip. Could they be right this time? Yes, but this doesn't look as good on the crypto side of things as it is with everything else. So when it comes to positioning, again, they're short equities, they're long crypto, they're long oil, and they're short natural gas. So those are the things that I'm looking to take the other side of this week as part of a plan and a system I'm building to just look at what these guys do and just completely flip the book on them. If they're wrong all the time, then eventually it means if you take the other side, you got to be right, right?
I hope at some point. If not, you got some answering to do.
Well, you got to pay that. I don't want to pay that oil bill, right? I hope they're very wrong on the oil trade for just personal reasons, right? Is that they're just getting. I don't want gas to keep going up, but we need something to happen.
I was
You can
even
tweet.
thinking about swinging USO throughout the weekend. I didn't because I just had such a great week. I didn't want to ruin it with a weekend swing and all of a sudden get destroyed on, one tweet or something like that. There's headline risk that you got to think about when you're taking these types of trades, right? And headlines risk are some of the scariest risk, right? That's out of your control risk, right? And one of the things that we're trying to do is always be in control, right? So rather be trading trades that we can be in control. Now the question will be, I think this week is really more, the oil is going to be a back and forth. I mean, there was even conversation that I think Iran proposed for a 1 month ceasefire and then another month for nuclear talks. So just to give you guys a perspective that this could be around for the next 3, 4, 5 months, which is really not what Trump wants. Really not what he wants. Doesn't want to be dealing with midterms and then also dealing with, war and peace conversations still in Iran. And he did something that was interesting throughout the weekend. He pretty much framed the war over and then restarted it so that he could continue going without having Congress permission, right? Because he's at this point where to continue doing the things that he's doing, he would need Congress permission. So he acted like the war ended, and this is a completely new situation now. That's why he also created that kind of framework with the Strait and things like that. So he's reacting to a new situation now to solve this.
It's I think
it's a back
I
and
was
forth
watching
action.
something, and they called it the Airbud administration. And the reason they called it is like there's a scene, if you've never watched Airbud, where they're like this. It's a dog playing basketball, and they go to the refs and they say, "This dog's just whooping our butt. Can we kick him out of the thing?" And then looks at the rule book, says, "Doesn't say anywhere that the dog can't play basketball, so we're going to let him in." So they're calling this the Airbud administration because they just look at the rules and they say, well, there's no rule saying I can't do this. It's just kind of been accepted norms for the history of our country that people don't do this, but it's not explicitly written down, so they can't stop me. So I'm just going to do it. And that just seems like one of those as well, where if there's a timeline for how long you can do military operations, if you just reset that timeline, then you go, okay, well, it's fine. Just keep going. Who cares? But at the end of the day, right, it's at the end of the day, this is going to wrap up at some point, right? There is the reason we talk about how choppy the market generally is going into midterms. And the reason I focus so hard on that seasonality, even though I'm not a huge seasonality guy, is because it makes perfect sense to me, is that you don't rock the boat right before an election. I see the same thing up here in Canada. I'm sure it's the same thing all over the world. If you are in power, you don't want to do too much in order to rock the boat right before a election. So I would say into the summer, this whole thing gets kind of wrapped up. So hopefully gas prices come down and it's in a rearview mirror by the time the election comes in. Because again, as someone who doesn't focus on politics at all, like I don't care about them. I don't even know about our politics, let alone your guys's. It would be the easiest thing in the world for the other side to come in and say, look at gas prices, look at gas prices. And they just keep shouting that over and over again. Because there was a big study done after the pandemic, and most incumbent administrations were kicked out. And the reason for that, like all across the world, Canada, US, Europe, UK, whatever. And the reason for that was just prices. It's like it's the only thing people care about when they go to vote is, right, am I richer than I was before, right? This is the rest of it, who cares? So I think that's my bet, is that we're in May now, June, July, this whole thing gets wrapped back up, oil comes back down, prices come back down. But the one thing that kind of worries me is when I was doing my monthly charts. So at the end of every month, again, I always recommend everyone sit back and go through your whole list with a monthly chart, just a big screen, right? Grab a tea or a beer or whatever it is and go through your monthly charts. And I brought up this chart as part of it. So this is the monthly chart of DBC, which is the commodity index. It's just breaking out to a new all-time highs. If this was like a daily chart, I would look at this and say, okay, short term, little overbought, right? It's hitting that prior high. Maybe it comes in and digests a little bit. Long term, I don't know if this is a chart that I'd bet against, and this is commodities as a whole. So there is no way that this chart goes up and prices for things don't. It just this is the things. So if this chart goes up, then the prices for things have to go up as well. So as I take a look at this, I'm like, I don't know technically, just in a vacuum looking at this chart. I don't know if I see a world where everything kind of comes right back down, right? So 3 months up, it's big. But again, if I'm looking at this, and this is an intraday chart. So for you DGen day traders out there, right? If you look at this, and this was like a low float penny stock, you're not going to short it here. You might not buy it as it's breaking out, but this might be something, okay, let me wait for a pullback. Let me wait for some sort of consolidation, and then I will buy this, because this is, if you go in, let me look at, and again, you can do this for everything. You go DBC ETF holdings, and it will just show you, it has to, by law, all of the holdings. Let me grab these for you guys. It's commodities, right? It's the main thing. It is Invesco. There it is. Mostly, oils and gases, and there's DVA, which is going to be more about, so here we go. So the first one is oil, right? Oil, then gold, gas, harbor futures, which is funny, but corn, live cattle, aluminum, soybeans, reformulated gasoline. So most of it's gas and oil related things, but different kinds of gas. And then you also have gold in there. So I look at this chart and I say, okay, well, wouldn't surprise me if we have a little bit of a crack here in oil. And so a crack in this, maybe down, this is Mitch's 9 EMA. So maybe it comes down, that's $26, comes down and maybe tests that or fills around there. So that's like a month or two of release, but we could kind of coil back up. And then Tax talking about DBA. So DBA is the same ETF, but this ETF is DBC is commodities and DBA is agriculture. So this will have wheat, soybeans, cattle, orange juice, I don't know, all that kind of stuff in it. That also doesn't look like a chart that I would want to short. So as I just went through these commodity charts, which is I just think is hugely important, even for us short-term traders, to take a second and go through the monthly charts, I found a lot of things that I'm like, man, I don't want to short the things that if they continue to go up will cause inflation. That to me is not the move. And so if we're seeing that, I'm worried. I'm slightly worried just about the price of stuff. So now, in a normal world or a normal administration, prices would go up. Maybe they jack interest rates back up a little bit to cool it off and to bring them back down. I think the next administration is going to lower interest rates, come hell or high water. Warsh, the guy's name. He's just going to, whatever happens, he's going to use it as an excuse to lower interest rates. So I guess if this is getting clipped and sent somewhere, how do you deal with this? I shouldn't just be a doomer up here. You own assets. Inflation, I don't know how many people think, oh, inflation's coming, so I need to short the stock market. But inflation, by definition, means the price of things goes up. So people who own things in inflationary periods are okay if they can kind of weather the storm. People who have debt or don't own things in inflation, they're the ones that are going to have a hard time. So find a way to own things.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and let's talk about what's leading the action into the day today. All right, today, of course, we'll be looking to see what happens with the SPY. Can we continue climbing? Of course, we've been on that climb and now starting to pull back. We had some wick action to the downside. It's rallying right now. Can we hold this? Will we be back above the 720s or heading back there towards the 711s from last week? We'll talk about the action, of course. We'll take a look at some earnings stocks. Of course, tonight's big report is Palantir, but there's some other ones on the tape. And, of course, we'll be watching the semiconductor action and overall tech. It's been the biggest rally, of course, on the year for tech. Now, can it continue? Led by, of course, the semiconductor and the big hyperscalers last week. We'll see. Will the trade keep pushing? Will we continue to see a broadening out of the overall rally here? And another place to look into, we'll see what happens. Is it another fade in GME? Could it be even further fade? We'll see what happens there. And then monitor BlackBerry as it's getting a little bit of the lift and the geopolitical catalyst driving WTI. I'll tell you one thing, maybe no Kia, but no BlackBerry for me. We'll be watching it to see if there's some action there. And let me know out there if you guys have a stock that's on your radar today. Of course, we'll be watching to see how the crypto stocks perform as crypto was pushing high and getting to new levels. Hey, it's time to get after the market. We'll see what happens here just about 5 minutes before the bell. I am all clear out of swing trades. I don't have anything on right now as I sold them into the rip on Friday. I had that feeling that we'd get a little bit of a fade towards the end of the day. I didn't think there was going to be too many longs like kind of holding. So I'm kind of glad I just sold the rip on Friday. So at this point, we'll see if we can get back up to those levels, right? I think there's going to be a lot of names that are going to be fighting that ceiling now, especially in the semiconductor area. So that's what I'll be watching out the gates. If they can break that highs, well, I'll keep the party alive and try to dip buy, right? But if they can't even get back towards the highs, then that's a telling sign, right? Like SMH this morning and after hours was all the way up there to 515. So I think we watch names like that out the gates. What happens here? Do we see a quick pullback? And where could we go for trades? Well, I say if we do see the semiconductor pullback, can we see the software names get a lift? And I almost threw up in my mouth again here as I talked about this on Thursday here with you guys, that we could see a shift where we see even the software names start to lift as the broadening out of the rally continues. So sometimes they sell the strength move, right? That momentum semiconductor, take some profit taking and rotate some money back into the weak sector or the weak industry. In this case, software would be that weak area to kind of get after here. We'll see if we get another lift. But of course, this is the biggest software type earnings week there is. So look for a lot of these names to be also getting earnings. So the IGV is going to be either jumping or coming back. So it's going to be moving pretty wicked. But you can also go for names. Like if you wanted to go for a specific name, I might be looking at names that either the earnings have already passed or the earnings is, let's say, 3 or 4 weeks out in time, right? So those are the plays that I would consider a little bit safer, because you don't have that much of an earnings disaster or earnings headline, right? So like, let's say like even a name that I hate, right? It's a hated name, but gotta look at it. A service now, names. Right? Those well, here you go. Here you go, Michael. You know I serve them up on a plate for you, man. Here's service now, right? Because look at the action as of late. To me, I sometimes can see a reversal action like this and say, okay, knock out everything from the left of this chart. Only focus in on, since this pop, what has happened, right? This is to me called like a change in price structure, right? Because this was all like declining action. Now all of a sudden you get a quick pop with volume. So now we look to see, do we push above these levels, right? Back above 93s, this could be a nice little squeeze. And this stock had disaster earnings. It came down, but watch how mad they are when they start to see now like ripping through like 95, and they're like, how's this stock going up? Well, it's because things like this, right? And kind of the setup that's going into it. Another important factor, it has this trend line on the bottom where you could essentially draw risk off of, right? I always talk about that what traders need is an area to call risk, and this seems to be a holding line that you could call a risk off of, right? So now you have some underneath support, you have a trade setup, and you have potential with the industry. What do you think,
and that's
Michael?
what I love about setups like these is more than anything. Like I know I'm counter trend, right? I understand all that, and I know that's going to lower my win rate somewhat. You know, I get all this, but what I like about trades like this and why I'm in IVG pretty heavily, and what I like about IVG is just that exactly what you described there, right? I say it a bunch of people are probably bored of hearing it, but one of my mentors just used to call them basement window trades, which, right, if you're going to jump out the window, should just do the basement window. So, right, my IVG buy was right here. You know, I was talking about this on stream with Steve this day, and my stop loss is under here. So it's like I know my probability of being correct is low because I'm counter trend trading and all of that kind of stuff. But the risk reward on something like that is just astronomical. And same with now. That's the way I look at it. If everybody hates it, I can kind of take that trade. I can maybe lean against those lows and the 83-ish or whatever. And so I'm risking, I don't know, say $10. So do I think there's a good chance that this could go back to 110 at some point? That would be double my risk. Like that's just right here. That seems fine.
Yeah.
It could go to 120 would be 3 times my risk. 130 would be 4 times my risk. So I'm not looking for, to buy now here and ride it up to 230. That would be lovely. There's no way I'd still be in it that long. But you can just take these. Everybody hates them. The shorts have just made a ton of money. And you're just looking for them to cover. You're just looking to say, okay, we're shorted this at 200. It's below 100 now. As it starts to bounce, these guys just kind of hit the button and say, enough, get me out. And great. The you getting out of your short is giving me the opportunity to sell my long to make some money. And then we move on. And because if these things are going to turn around and at some point go back to all-time highs, it's probably not going to be a V bottom. It's probably going to be, like we talk about all the time, these kind of low bases that happen in which it's going to hang out. I don't want to be in there for very long, so I'll take some. So that is the open, the ding, ding, ding. Let's see. Currently, right off the bat, SPY down ever so slightly,
Let's do it.
0.1%. Yeah, we're open here. Let's just see. So I'm zoomed in here. Let's grab like a 1-minute chart, and let's just see what happens on the first few minutes here.
This stock had a monster rip on Friday, but AXTI on my scanners out there from Friday's action because it was such a massive rip higher. It had earnings on Thursday, and then Friday had a huge rip. AXTI, it's a semiconductor name. Intel kind of holding up there. Let's see what's kind of making moves today, guys. Let's get after it.
Yeah,
Seeing
so
energy
far,
up.
and chop, oil up about 1%, SPY down 0.1%. Qs are up. It's pretty flat down the middle open. Half the stuff like software is up 1%. Small caps are down a little bit. Just like where you look, like one sector's up, the other sector's down. Let's give them some time and see here. We are selling a little bit right off the open. One first area to watch, I think, would be these prior lows that we sold from, and then ultimately these kind of 716 or so lows after that.
Yeah, I can see the red coming in here pretty quickly, and there's not anything strong leading here. Pretty much red throughout the sectors to start here. Some lift there in energy, but even tech is just slightly green.
Now we just reverse. So a little bit of a bottoming tail happening there on the SPY. And now we're reversing just a bit higher here. One order. BRRR. Well, there you go. Burr. IBIT here up very slightly. So oil is getting interesting now. Or not oil, Bitcoin. Now, keep in mind, you're missing 2 days of data when you look at the ETF here. So you have to have something as well, right? So
Looking around out there, trying to find some trades here. Biggest thing is that things are extended from the 9 now. So a lot of times I'm just in wait and see mode here. CRML looks a little bit better. Nice little trend line break, trying to hold the 13 breakout on CRML. That's a metals and minerals name, but there's not many things in green here. And when there's not things in the green, I don't want to just chase, right? So we'll see what happens there. Cleveland Cliff, one name that I made money on last week. Steel is up, so I'm trying to find industries that are doing well instead of focusing so much on sectors.
Interesting kind of rounded bottom style look there.
Yeah, I actually played it from the 940s and sold it on the rip towards 11.
GME, what's the story there? That might be one to, but man, just taken to the woodshed over and over again here on right off the open. finally, right? It's like I'm seeing this thing go up. I'm like, do these guys know this makes absolutely no sense? This is generally speaking not how this whole thing works. You don't want them to do any buying. That doesn't really help you very much. EKL. Putting out some trades here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing
I'm
much.
short.
I'm seeing some tech at least starting to lift, but it's not big moves.
Short some Xerox. That XRX still? Xerox? They still a thing? Still exists?
This team getting a little lift. WDC getting a little bit of a
Xerox
push.
Holdings, yeah.
Workday
That's
is one that
what-
I thought about on the trade, Michael, for the IGV trade. That's another
Okay.
trade that I'm looking at.
Yeah, that's what I find funny, Crow, is that them buying is what's making this go up, and it's like the purchaser is usually the one that goes down, and right, why just doesn't make a lot of sense to me that these people are buying this thing they're buying something, and the company buying it is usually the one that goes down. Like, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It doesn't have to make a whole lot of sense. It's GameStop, but yeah, I just don't know why everyone's getting excited that the opposite of what you would expect to happen is happening.
Zscaler, one that's interesting to me right now. Need pullbacks below 141, but the only thing is the spread is wide. Zscaler. Software and infrastructure, software application leading here, guys. So hey,
Ripping.
it could be my trade, guys. The trade that I was talking about. The exact trade is on. It seems like apps, Digital Turbine, $3 stock getting a lift. If you guys like a little cheapy name, that one's doing well. I'm looking through here and trying to just find really nice setups. Team is going higher. That's a name. Duolingo had earnings today, or has earnings tonight. So it's getting the rip here into the earnings move. So if you're looking at that one, that's Duolingo, DUOL.
IVG is looking great here. Tack, I know you're saying you bought a bunch of leaps a while back, so they should be paying pretty nicely, depending on if you got them in the money. Then
how far are they out? That's the thing about leaps, right? Monday doing well also, so those are names that I'm looking at there.
Monday just always cracks me up because of how much the CEO plowed into this thing.
I think that was Asana.
Oh yeah, that one. They both do the same thing, don't they? They're both just like
oh, let's go to the
productivity.
most hated. Let's go to the most hated one. Figma.
See, it's funny because
it's the most hated, dude. That might be the one today, guys.
Well, and that's of the things. Like, I've already replaced Workday or Asana or something. I have a dashboard that Claude made. Like, I can do that. But this kind of stuff, this seems like it's a little bit like Figma would be a little harder to go and just tell Claude to build you another one.
Well, it's holding the 90 EMA. It had a little bit of a harmy candle on Friday. It already took attempt towards the high. The high there is 1928. I'm looking for a slight undercut of the 19 here, and then the 1875 to hold, and for it to go right back. I'll tell you one thing. I really don't like the name, but it could start coming back. But it's such a hated name, right? So just looking to see if we can get some nice volume here on the pullback, but it's very low volume there. I'm just looking at some of those. There's service now. I think I'm gonna go after now. Yeah, now's been pretty much the move out the gates here. It's just been a big drive up, so I need some pullbacks. Let's get a strong pullback here towards the 9160s or 92s, something like that, 91s, and then I'll take the shot. I already had it selected out, kind of the trade idea. I could see this trade idea kind of working. I'm trying to see it really push today, so a nice long pullback here towards the 92s would be a great entry. Dun, dun, dun. Can I get some 92s? Gotta be patient. Gotta be patient. How was your weekend, Michael? Were you building? Were you doing things? How was it, man?
Cut down some trees. That was
There you
good.
go.
They
There you
needed to
go.
go.
Get that
They were
moss
looking.
out.
They were looking. Yeah, man, my back. I've got like ripped off my hand, and but yeah, I cut down some
Plug
trees.
Powers
Didn't
is one
die,
to
so I'll
watch
take
today.
it.
Plug Powers is one to watch today.
Watching
That's
Morgan Stanley too. Nice looking, just bull flag here on the daily chart on Morgan Stanley. It's something I'm keeping an eye on.
Another name that I had that I sold on the rip was FLNC. I might go right back into it. So just watching that action there. That's an independent power producer name. I take a little bit of a shot here and see if it just wants to rip today. It looks nice on the daily. We keep getting higher lows. So I'm going to attempt to use the low of today to see if I can get an entry starter and already in there and what you want to see in the action. You guys literally watched me open it. You saw I went straight to the offer and started jumping up. Nothing better, right? You get on the trade and it goes straight up here as soon as you get in. Not hesitating. Why? Because I'm using the low, right? I'm already using that low. And the idea here is for the daily not to break the low, right? So the trend needs to stick to the daily pattern, which would be higher low pattern, higher low pattern, higher low pattern. As long as that can hold here, we're looking good. And you can just put it off that low there and then just look for that to kind of hold and look for us to drive back towards the 9 EMA, which could be around 1272s today and a break at 13. What is it going to tell me? Well, I want to see Bloom Energy continue to the upside. I want to see maybe CEG push to the upside. This is the name I had last week. I sold it on the rip. I could buy it again, but that's how it is sometimes. Took these names last week, sold the rip, looking to buy the dips again. We'll see what happens. VST is another one that I'm kind of looking at. I want to see GEV if it can recover that 1100. That's going to be a telling sign for independent power producers. Technology, the only one slightly green today. Everything else red, even energy.
SPY is just not moved from the open here.
Yeah,
so I just kind of don't go crazy unless you're playing some crazy low floats. Just know that, right, the SPY has been very, very range bound. The opening print is like 2 ticks away from where we are. We're definitely inside. Let's do a 5-minute chart. Yeah, we're still inside the first 5-minute range, definitely inside the first 15 minutes range, and slightly below yesterday's low, but very slightly. So let's see. Looks like we're trying to get close here to maybe breaking out.
Took some there GEV. You guys watch me took GEV long there. Looking for a quick rip, and then I can put a stop. This is kind of more of a momentum buyout breakout. So I'm going to put a quick stop here, but we'll look for a quick move here.
Yeah, it looks like we are attempting to break out of highs here on the SPY. So that could get everything else. Moving just a bit.
Yep.
We have absolutely nothing we care about for economic numbers today, and then way more tomorrow. So we have JOLTS, job openings, new home sales, all these kind of things. So more going on tomorrow than definitely goes on today.
VST trying to recover. That's one name I'm just keeping on the radar. Could use the weekly low to risk off of in the early part of the week. We'll see what happens there. NRG not having a bad day, up RA.61.
Yeah, just if you look at this base here, right, we are just stuck inside this range. We tried to break a little and then failed, and that's inside whatever kind of bad news caused this. We're just hanging out inside there. So we need a strong push to kind of break us. I'm looking through some of the Mag 7, and Apple's down just a bit. NVDA up a bit. Tesla, and I think this is part of the problem. Yeah, Tesla's up. Microsoft. So, we hardware up and software down is not great for the overall market because the market is obviously more. NVDA makes up more than the rest. If you look at the RSP, you can see that as well. The average large cap stock has been not only down, but down and selling from the open here. So each 5 minute candle has been lower. So it's not, doesn't install a lot of confidence when IVG is the thing that's holding us up the best across the board. Like mags, that makes me feel a little bit better. I want to see those big guys do well, but IWM down and then RSP down shows me that most stocks today aren't doing well. It's kind of the big names that are holding us up. So we need now that can change at any time. Those big guys can kind of pull up the rest of the world. So that's the hope. For me at least as a bull, is that we get this kind of turn where everything else starts to push up. So
Watching right now, ServiceNow pulled back right now towards that 92. I'm going to get an alert here that will set me up here for the trade. I'm looking for a move back towards 91.80s. It already hit that, so I would love to see a double bottom in that area get attempted first before I go and trigger back in here. But it looks good for ServiceNow. Dip buy. Might get after it here. Starting to come back up. I'm going to take a shot here. I put the limit out there. It didn't get filled. Put it out there at 92.20s. Let's see if I get filled on the pullback here.
So someone's buying some CSIQ after that huge day it had on Friday. It's kind of coming back. Shorting Xerox. Again, funny that that's still a company. Those are the best companies to be short that you're shocked that they exist. Let's take a look at this GME fiasco. Very muted kind of day for not so much the news. News on this shouldn't really matter that much, but the news and the fact that it's GameStop. There's a whole series of weirdos who are just looking for any excuse for this one particular stock to move. It just can't happen.
Forget you, ServiceNow.
Went without
dude.
You. That sucks.
I just literally, you can see it on my screen. I have the limits just out there and it's just no fill. It just ran away from me, guys. I wanted to fill there at 1919, 92.19. It's already 93. Damn. It's one of those where it's like, I should have just jumped on the offer, but I didn't want to extend and I threw out the limit, versus the market, and just how it goes sometimes.
But it's right. It's one of those things you gotta recenter and remind yourself that not
just calm down. I canceled the orders even now. I'm like, there's no need. Don't get too emotional about it. That's the thing about subjective trading, right? You start missing, then you start chasing. That's not good.
Yeah, so. And it's that time it may have been correct to chase, but if you did it for the next 1,000 trades,
buying and adding to FLNC. Adding to FLNC, GEV going into the green there for me. Nice little rip there towards almost the 1100. Remember, I just talked about that level. Look how we're going straight to that level, almost up $50 already on GEV. This is a bigger position, so I'm going to give it a chance to just start running here. And I actually want to be break even on this one because if it pulls back, it probably washes below the support. But I'm just giving it one more chance to break that 1100, and I think we could start really running and ramping on GEV. Almost up already a full % on that trade. So just looking for that push. Can we get above the 1100s? It's at 1096 right now. Looking really good here.
By trying to flip positive again, it's trying to break through. There's a big pre-market resistance area that we're cracking our head against right now. So maybe if we get through it, like I talked about, that topping tail hammer candle that scares everybody, there's a 70% chance that we just rip right through it. I think it's probably one of the reasons that it works. So you get these candles and everyone feels a certain way about them. And then when you have the opposite move, like for me, if I shorted on Friday, my stop goes over Friday's high, over the top of that topping candle. There's probably a lot of people that think like that. So if we get that reversal, right? If I'm shorting the SPY, I'm putting my stop right here. So, like I showed you guys earlier with those stats, there's 70% chance we're higher in 5 days. So if we pop through that, then
Those
maybe 722 SPY?
that trade, that
24.
software trade, doing really well now. Now almost breaking the high 93s. That's just how it goes sometimes, guys. I'm gonna leave it alone because I will start chasing it, and that's what I don't want to do. Fortinet, another one breaking the daily high, looks really nice. Just to mention software names that are doing well now. And then Workday was another one that I was going to look at for a nice little breakout. That one still hasn't really gone, so I might take a small piece shot on that one.
Who's
I'll take a small
yelling
one.
fly Q here? I can't even bring it up on Trade the Pool, which is probably for the best. The Spirit
A little
Airlines.
fill there on Workday. I'm going to try to get a little fill there on Workday.
Yeah, we don't have it on Fly Q on Trade the Pool, and again, it's probably for the best for everyone involved that we don't let you guys trade that bankrupt stock. Because I'm just seeing a lot of chatter about this. I don't understand the market's obsession with buying these bankrupt names. SPY trying to creak through that level now, that kind of 720. That's an important zone. We struggled all week or all morning, sorry, on that level. We reversed from it just a bit. Right? You can see I'll draw this so it's a little bit thicker line. But yeah, this has been a big level in through here.
Pullback test on my entry for GEV. I'm going to try to hold through the pullback of break even. Hold on small risk here. Workday, still no entry there. Just going to have to jump up here for Workday. I jumped up a little bit there. Said, you know what, I'll take a shot.
Try and take another shot there.
Going after Workday, guys.
That will help your bullish position there if we end up breaking this. There we go. We're really trying. This would be kind of momentum traders setup right here. If we can get through there pretty quickly, we should kind of get into the 721s, 721 and a half. More reversals coming in. Yeah, this is a brick wall we're trying to get through. And I'm looking, there's no real tweets at all. Nothing happened from there's no news really coming out at all.
Workday reacting
Ryan
down
Collins on.
straight in. Keeping a close eye on that Workday. Quick rejection there.
I guess Ryan Cohen's on CNBC, and the host there we go. And the host is challenging him to see how he's going to finance this, which is the obvious question. And as he's talking, you can see eBay leaking here. So this isn't like a confirmed buyout, right? So there's some trades to be made here. So I'm watching eBay. If we end up breaking that low, right, everyone's just kind of assuming that this thing's getting bought out. But like everybody who's been looking at it is, how do you buy a company that's 4 times your market cap? And the only way you can do that is with money. Freaking let this dog out of here. So debt or equity. Those are the only 2 ways that a company can get money. It's not going to find it under his couch cushions. So if it's it's the I guess apparently I'm not watching it now because I'm here with you guys, but apparently he's getting kind of triggered. He keeps asking me how you're going to buy. Well, it's like, so if I look at it and my
how you going to buy
net worth, if my net worth is $100,000 and I see, a $400,000 car, it's very fair for the car dealership to go, okay, bud, how are you going to buy this 400,000? It's the same thing. They're worth X and eBay's
I
worth
can't
4
pull up.
times them.
Can't
It's
pull up
like,
in my Civic in the Lamborghini dealership and it'd be like, can I test drive?
right, that's the questions he's getting now is like how you have to first inflate the size of your company 4 times in order to pull it in, right? So you need to sell equity, you need to raise debt, you need to do all that. None of these are good for shareholders, unless you believe that eBay years from now he's going to turn it into something. I don't know.
Get out of
It's okay.
FLNC, still in GEV, still in Workday.
So this is why all morning this thing's been crashing. So this would be an interesting one, right? A discretionary trade maybe under 108.40 if it can get under there and just break. And then also if this falls apart, there'll be a lot of people kind of bummed on the GE side of things. So maybe a trade to be taken there as well. Not a lot of like oomph here off the open, not a lot of excitement going on.
Things are changing though rapidly. Now everything into the green in the last 5 minutes. This is what I look for. This is why I have scanners for this exact thing. Everything in the green in the last 5 minutes. So quick turn off the bottom, and that's what we wanted to see, guys. So now I'm starting to see what's leading: utilities, energy, industrials. That's why. So what I'll be watching for is pretty much the mentality is what's leading in there. That's airlines. Airlines, big lift there. DAL, UAL. This is why I love the service and having tools that I have, right? You guys know the tools that I have. Love getting a nice rip to the upside. That means oil down more than likely and showing that downside action there. So look for that to kind of see bigger trades to kind of open up there. Engineering construction names also that I'm looking at. Jacobs Solution, a name that I'm looking at for a swing. It just held the 90 MA. I missed that entry, but I do like this name, Jacobs Solution, for this week. Engineering and construction AI name. I might go after a small amount of Jacobs.
Yeah, RSP I'm
really
showing
small
here
name.
just flipped green. I was talking about a little bit earlier that RSP was by far the worst looking out of all of them, and this is the one that I actually put the most weight on because this is the average large cap stock. And what's the average large cap stock doing? And it's kind of reversing pretty handily here. So that's exactly what you want to see, is the average large cap stock turning around. At the same time, we're seeing the Mag 7 go negative. So this is a breath perfect where you're having the big names kind of pull back and you're having everything else move higher, everything else catch up. That's a recipe for a move higher, right? As long as the large caps don't hit us too hard, then that's what you want to see.
Exactly. Now you can start to
BIST.
see some recovery, and you want to see what's strong. Basic materials is starting to get strong. So just to mention that, so that you could start to see some recovery in those types of names. I'm watching for some of them like UAMY and names like that.
IWM ripping, so that's small caps popping real good here.
Cleveland Cliff, one of those names I might get after right now.
Take a look. XLV is negative, but trying to go positive with healthcare. XLF finance is trying to go positive as well. So we're digging our feet in here. We're looking to potentially turn higher. Silver is the only thing I see that's down a lot. And a lot of this is oil has been giving it up from the pre-market. And oil was quite high, right? So USO was 150 all the way down to 140.
Quad U ripping out, guys, from the 22 tells me that metals and minerals are coming back here, looking for names to play in the metals and minerals.
EWL. Howell Industries. Tax talking about, is that
CCJ looks good off the 120.
Huh?
Yeah, off that 120 looks really nice on CCJ. Any undercut underneath the 122, I wouldn't mind. I'm also looking at Cleveland Cliff. Might take a little shot here off the bottom. Looking a lot better in the market now. So
not seeing anything too much on the news front, right? There's
semi still pulling back, right?
There's talks with China to help out with the whole Strait of Hormuz thing.
You know, it might be a little small trade is looking to see if success can double hold the bottom here, and then to see if the market wants to come down or not, right? So I'm going to be patient here and look for success to see what happens there.
MU is what these memory guys. I see these being talked about. SNDS.
I can't believe that comeback on Friday for SNDK. That was such a nice one to get after. This is why you buy strong stocks on dips.
That's
Got a
it.
gift in the morning, and you wouldn't be mad if you bought that dip.
That's just bull market things. You look for strong names to pull back, and you buy them and reverse them higher. That's the game, and you keep playing that game of musical chairs until the music stops, and then you go, okay, well, now I need to raise a bunch. And DRAM, that's right. There's an ETF for that now. If you want to split your bets around, there's DRAM kind of rocketing to highs here. Is there any liquidity in this one at all, though? Oh yeah, that's fine.
All right, GEV holding on well, looking into some other names out there. It's kind of a slow open here, I would say, because there's a lot of back and forth. Utilities kind of leading the market. Healthcare getting a little bit stronger. Biotech's having a good day there, guys. So if you're looking for some biotechs, then you're not in a bad area today, guys. So if you're seeing some of those smaller ones move, that could be a nice sign, right?
Well, and that's a pretty chart because look at where the pullback stopped. It came right back into this old resistance area, came back in, acted pretty perfectly as support, and starts to reverse off it quite strongly. That's all you need.
That's it.
I always say if there's
Happy
one,
on the pullback, looks good.
if someone came to me and just took everything and said, okay, you're not allowed to do any of your quant stuff anymore. You have to trade discretionarily. This is what I'm doing. Prior resistance, acting as support over and over and over again. That's it. And they say no indicators, no nothing. Okay, let me just draw a whole bunch of resistance lines, wait for the thing to break, come back and test it. It's one of the easiest plays out there because you're following the trend. If prior resistance is acting as support, you're following the trend, and you know right where you're wrong. Right? If you're buying it here, you're putting your stop down at 127, 128, and if the thing continues, great. It should be a pretty easy 2-to-1 risk reward, and just playing that game kind of on repeat there.
USO about to, well, it looks like it's about to make a new low here. So just to mention that, that's a good sign for the market. Leading action in SPY, you got Micron, WDC, Estee Slaughter, CEG. Ooh, look at that CEG breakout. I told you guys this one would be a good one. And sometimes this happens to me sometimes. This is why I'm also creating more of that algo sell. CEG was a beautiful, as good as it gets for me on the moving average entry. I got a below 300 entry on Wednesday. So now it's breaking out about 320s. It's not a bad thing because I mean, it's not like I didn't sell in a bad area. I sold in like the 316s, but it is breaking towards a trend line now. It's going towards a bigger trend line break. So CEG, big move there. That makes me feel a little bit more confident about GEV and looking for more of those independent power producers to get strong. I might get right back into FLNC because it's just I'm seeing the strength across the board there for utilities.
Well, and that's right. I always think that that's one of the first steps of systematic trading is let the system buy the stocks for you, and then you deal with the exits after that. That's the kind of the perfect balance. That's how I started too. Perfect balance between having your system get triggered and then still having some control to make you feel good is that kind of combination where, okay, I'm not completely giving it up. I'm just waiting for these tickers to kind of enter my my blotter, my positions window, and then when they do, I'll take a look at them and decide how to look at the chart of where resistance is and things like that, and look for places to potentially exit. And yeah, it's an interesting way to do it. Now, eventually, what I learned, what most people learn doing this, is that it'd be better just let the bot deal with the exits too. And as soon as you're dealing with the entries and the exits, right, then you have this whole, all right, now I know exactly what to do. And that's to sit back, create more systems. SPY is down 0.01 still. So we are as flat could possibly be on the SPY, but we're seeing, under the hood, things moving a bit. RSP is only up 0.1, 0.2%, but that's actually a big deal considering how much it was down earlier in the day, like 0.5% down. And IWM, which was down pretty handily there, it was down another 0.25% or so, is now up 0.25%. So a lot of the SPY is being held down by the fact that the mags here turned negative and are actually hitting new lows as we speak. But the average stock is definitely recovering. We're getting this push through on the average stock. So if we go to our breadth indicators here, yeah, we're seeing slightly more new highs than new lows, right? 76% new highs, 23% new lows across the Amex, the Nasdaq, the Amex. So we're getting a little more like 4% advancing versus declining. So breadth went from very, very weak to very, very strong already today, which is fine. That's just the way it works. So yeah, it's just these Mag 7s that are falling. Like I know someone in the chat there was talking about Google.
So there's an adjustment here though, right? So a lot of times when you see the rotation, right, you're seeing the semiconductors being sold off, but you're seeing the semiconductor equipment names being bought up. And so I'm trying to buy TER, which is a daily gap trying to fill back, right? Earnings cut down back towards 50 moving average. And I talked about before this week started, a lot of things that I wanted to look at were stocks that had pulled back to the 50 or heading to the 50. I want to see those short-term moving averages break, wash out some of those traders, and go after a name like this where you see the 50 moving average right underneath TER around the 331 level. And you're seeing it hold a couple of days sideways there. Gives you what? Institutional action that could be filling in there, getting right back in to TER.
Yeah, and it's great that it's not a Mag 7 name. That would be the thing I would look at.
Yep. And then look at like this setup, Michael. It's pretty. LRCX. Just like this is what like if you're a CMT, this is what the type of charts that you want to look at, right? A nice sideways rip, a stock that holds its push, just had earnings down gapped, undercut all those buyers at like the 254. Now you just got buyers that stepped right back in here at 250s. They're watching this push towards the highs of Friday, get above the 260s, and now has potential to get towards daily range, right? So in my eyes, I look for 15-minute pullbacks back towards 258, under 260. Look good there, LRCRX. Right, so plenty of trades out there, guys. Just make sure that you're looking at what? Industries and sectors. So like in tech, what's doing well? Computer systems, semiconductor equipment names, health information services, software infrastructure, electronic gaming, right? It's not your semiconductor trade. It's not the solar trade, and it's not consumer electronics, right? So just make sure that you're in the right areas. That's what I always talk about. Being the right industries is so important.
Well, yeah, that's the beauty of it is that, if you're looking at the M8 Mag 7, yeah, it's down a bit, right? Nice tight base here, down a bit, and you just say, okay, it's just not the day for them. It's why I'll never get people who are like, oh, I trade, Tesla and those type of things. Like, well, that'll be great when they're in play, but they're also not going to be in, like today, it's not really the day for the Mag 7. It's more of the day for small caps. We talk about ripping, mid caps, micro caps. All these are doing good. And then later today or tomorrow might completely flip, right? Tomorrow might be everything down and the Mag 7 up, right? And the Mag 7, you have pretty decent selection of software and hardware and auto manufacturer, that type of thing. But nice. But it's just not the best hunting ground right now. Might be the best hunting ground soon. But if you look at the daily chart on the mags, it's just smack dab in the middle of yesterday's range here, not really doing too much. So just be careful there. Owl, someone talked about, let's not jinx this too much, guys. I know it's up a fair bit today. I know it's breaking out of resistance here, but let's not, my two kind of risky, I guess, low buying the dip on was IVG and then this owl. Let's just not get too excited. I know anytime somebody gets to talk about my psychedelic play, it drops like 5%. So I just let's not jinx me here, right? It's been a good day so far. Only one swing, not getting very many swings come through my systems, but a lot of them were kind of pullback hunting, and we're just not getting that. So
seeing a lot of software names, Rip.
Yeah, and we're getting and so software again looks great, but a lot of pullback hunting from the algos today, and it just never really happened. So
spike back up to the 28s and then back down for FLNC. What's going on, man? Wake up. It's just one of those days, man. It's just one of those days. The market is like on like
me. Blow the horn at the market.
The market is just like on like a pause. Like I'm trying to read it too, and it's just the defensive is starting to come back. It's a lot of mix. Utilities, defensive starting to come back. That's one area that I can start taking a look at. Of course, I don't like to play these, but tobacco. Look at Philip Morris today, just on a rip, right? Discount stores are pushing strong too. DG, Target, BJA, Dollar Tree, Ollie, Costco back above 1,000s, right? So you're seeing a lift there.
Well, I'm like looking at the earnings and Palantir, I guess, like the amount of companies. The amount of companies reporting is huge, but the caring of them, I think, is way diminished as opposed to.
It's a mid cap week, so think mid cap, right? So
AMD
but a lot of the
tomorrow,
software names.
We got AMD tomorrow could be something. But yeah, a lot of I'm seeing Big Bear. I'm seeing a lot of these different software names. But yeah, Palantir today, pretty big. Software tomorrow also could be pretty substantial as well with AMD. There's also SMCI earnings, which is just always funny to me because is that thing like even a company at this point? But a little pushback, and then we're trying to get through this range. But you can just see the range the market has put in this morning, and it's just time to hang out. And yeah, China attack stock mode is interesting.
A name that's running into earnings, ANET. That's an AI name that runs in computer systems like SNDK, but running into earnings. So you know how that goes. LITE was strong, now starting to pull back a little bit.
Yeah, it's funny. So I'm here on Earnings Hub, and some of these companies we care about, some we don't. But what's getting me is you look at like the button to expand to see the rest of them. There's plus 21 here, plus 28, plus 34. So just amount. The number of companies is just absolutely wild. It's just not the big guys, right? It's not the ones that we care about. But on aggregate, it's going to be very important, right? If all of the software's names come in great, good for software. If all of them come in very light, then maybe that's bad. I always wonder, why is it like illegal to report earnings Friday after the close? Like I don't understand why no one ever wants to break that trend. You'd have all the focus in the world if you reported Friday after the close.
There has to be some type of something.
It could be one of those things. Well, I don't want people to forget about me or something like that. So I'm not gonna do it. But
yeah, because by the time you get to Monday, right?
But if everybody's doing it, then we could get something, right?
Yeah, I like the Monday before I like the before market open earnings. I feel like those usually do well. Everyone's coming in with their buying shoes, you know? All right, guys, looking around out there, trying to watch what's holding up, and CEG is the one, man. The one, the only. I'm glad I just went after some of the names in the space, but look at this chart on CEG. Don't say I don't give you anything. Been teeing this one up for a while, man. CEG, beautiful, beautiful action there out the gates here today, and just holding the trend. That's what you call buy program on. Buy program on. Look at that 9 moving average holding like pretty. There's also a leverage one if you just for you degenerates out there, CEGX, but it's very light. CEG with that nice breakout. Looking for Workday to get the breakout now. Come on, Workday. Let's go. Utilities doing well. Healthcare doing well. Defensive doing well. And then now technology starting to do great. Applications, computer systems doing well. QUBT, even the quantum names pushing strong. QUBT ripping here, guys. Looking strong there towards 10. Rigetti has been a name that's a lot of traders are watching, and it's ripping here. 18's pushing strong. 9 EMA holds today, and there you go. Nice lift off in Rigetti. So there's trades out there to be had, guys. I think you just got to really make sure that you're always watching the industries. I try to help you guys out and tell you where it is, but definitely some good names there. Rigetti, look at this chart. Boom. Nice rip today.
Well, on IonQ, while I was looking through that earnings list, IonQ reports Wednesday, I think. Bring it up here. So that's going to be, they're like probably the only super legitimate one in the whole place. So that reports Wednesday right here. So that could be it's kind of like if the biggest, when NVIDIA reports, it's going to move all the other semiconductor companies. I'd say when IonQ reports, just get ready for all your quantum computer names out there. It's going to be one of the biggest and most followed names. And again, nice push up, comes back, digs in, hold. This is kind of as bull flag as they get. We're breaking out. We're right at that prior high there. And room to go if these things, again, they don't ever have to get back to 80, $100, whatever, dumb price they were at. But if you fill some of the gap before you roll over, it's kind of like what I'm talking about with IVG. I'm not expecting to hold IVG all the way back to $115, but I'm in it from, I think, 78, 79. If it gets to 100,
look at now
30%.
pushing. We might break a new high here on now. 93.50s. Gave you guys that one before the bell today. That was from 91. That's already a nice 2%, 2.5% up. Let's go. Make that money, guys. Get after it, traders. Lots of software names ripping to the upside. Software application, software infrastructure.
And this is the cool thing I always find about being a systematic trader is I can just look at the trades that happen. I can bring this in and show you guys, but I just looked at the trades that happened today, and there's just 2 swings. So I go, oh, duh. I'm not sharing my screen. I'm just sharing the thing, but you can trust me. There's just 2 trades that kind of pop through. So that's all I do. And the day trades here, you can see way more. I've added, because the opening range break setup is just being so slow, I've added in some of these mean reversion setups that I've been running and go over those, right? Short Zoom, short Xerox, short BRR, long CSIQ. And basically it was just because you guys know, I think the cardinal sin is not utilizing buying power. So I'm like, well, I'll grab these setups that I know over time make money and just add them so that when the opening range breaks happen, it'll prioritize those, but there'll be some trades to kind of happen here because, yeah, these things have just not been doing. The opening range break setup is working, just so insanely boringly, ridiculously slow that I'm like, okay, let's juice it with another setup or so that I know that works. Because opening range break setup by definition is trend continuation, and this kind of stuff is mean reversion. So they should hopefully play very, very well together.
In Workday, at least get back into the green. So now looking for names in software application to get green and start to push. Shop was off the 9 earlier today. Gave you an amazing
Yay.
opportunity at the 125 entry. If you were able to get that 125 entry, shout out to you. Probably didn't get exactly 125, but it was such a pretty undercut and push now. Uber has earnings. That one's ripping too. App loving getting the lift. Of course, you know how I gave you guys that now. It's new highs there. A little frustrated because, I've tried to buy 92. Was it 17 or 19? And then just jumped to the 20s and then just offer up. Didn't give me a chance to get in on service now.
Yeah, some of these make no sense for Claude's going to take our stuff. Like Shopify, you're talking payment processing and dealing with banks and all of that. Again, every one of the scheduling softwares, like Mitch knows, you could just sit down and talk to Claude for 10 minutes and have your own schedule. I have my own dashboard. As soon as I'm done here, I sit down with Claude and I go, okay, I've got 2 hours before I got to go pick up the kids. What are we doing? And it will go and find a task that's 2 hours long and pull it out and give it that stuff. But Uber, is Claude going to come and eat Uber? That doesn't make any sense. Is it going to come and eat Shopify? No. Is it, payment, this back end kind of payment processing world? No. Right. And same with financial software, just from a regulatory standpoint, I don't think it's going to take. So, it might be time now that things have calmed down a bit to start really picking winners. Who you think is going to survive? Anthropic's. When's the last time
lifting. A lot of these stocks lifting. I'm telling you, I'm just picking the software names and I'm trying my best not to think about them, but they're pushing. And I also say the cybersecurity names, even though I think these will eventually get the lift. There's Datadog now getting the push because now you're having IGV, right? Now you only need one slight area in tech to get some grip and then rocket ride, right? And so what is that area? That's the semis that are up overall, but down from the open. This is why I always pay attention from the open and not overall percentage. It's at 0.16 overall percentage, equally weighted. But then you look at from the open, it's down 0.5. We need that to start trickling towards 0. If that could get to 0, you start to push in the areas. And what's leading the market in technology today? Software applications. So, hey, we came in here with the right mindset, understanding rotation and how you could see the boats start to lift, right? Broadening out of the rally. I told you guys on Thursday, that's what we were seeing. We continued that on Friday. Now you're getting a broadening out of the rally going into software, right? Even though it's not an area that I can tell you, I will throw up buying these names because in the long run, I do think there's going to be some of these that go to 0. So, do as you wish. For investment outlooks, that's always on you guys. These are just trade outlooks, short-term swings, and day trade mentality, right? So that's the way I would be thinking about it because I don't trust any of these names. They all could be disrupted. I don't think there's a single company in software that can't be disrupted by AI. The question is how much disruption, though. That's why it's always a matter of what? Margin compression. How compressed are your margins going to be? And at that point, are you a viable business? Some of them will no longer be viable, right? If your margin compressions for, let's say, profitability need to be above 30%, and you are at one point, let's say, 49%. But then with AI disruption, you go and you start seeing your margins decline to 36, then 26, then 25. Now you're 5% down underneath where you need profitability, and investors start to head for the hills. That's the kind of action that we're going to see in software.
And it's important to know that, right, there's this stat that half of all companies that go public suffer an 80%
coming in on
drawdown.
Workday. Let's go. 33,000 shares coming in there. Somebody heard us.
Well, it's half of all companies that exist suffer like an 80% pullback and they never recover. So, when you look at it and you say a lot of these companies are going to go bankrupt, I look at it and go, yeah, a lot of most companies go bankrupt. Right? That's just how. That's why if you're going to buy and hold forever, ETFs make sense. This is why I run rotational strategies. Buying and holding individual stocks when you know half of them are going to lose 80% of their value and never recover to those highs. So it's like most of these things are gonna. I think this is why people get like addicted to short selling, because they know, right, half all the companies out there suck or will suck at some point. Even like GE, which was like a darling for like 100 years, just ended up crashing and almost going bankrupt in the great financial collapse, and only now is starting to kind of come back and show some life after the spinoffs and everything. So just know that a lot of these things are done. A lot of Workday, whatever, but
Boom.
on the way to zero, there's probably going to be a lot of 100+% pops that are going to make for really, really great trades.
All right, looking good there in that work day as it starts to climb. Now we can start to let it work, right? Haha, pun intended. It's time to get the work day in. And what did I do here? I just looked for the laggard. You know how I always talk about leaders to laggard. What do you think the algos do? They start to see the industry rise. They literally just start combing the ditches, staying with the strength, taking some positions in those, but also willing to take some on the dips. Now we're seeing the success move to the upside, Michael. So that's one of those trades that I wanted to watch. I think it's starting to set up here to take down some of the semiconductors. So we got to see what happens there, because you do have the setup here for it to come back ramping. Let's see what happens. A push above 13s means you're seeing more of that semi breakdown, right? You could look at it in SMH if you wanted to look at it there, right? I'm just looking at success.
Well, and the simple, if anyone's wondering why they always try to go for like the dumpster fire ones, is that's beta, right? So if I think IVG is going to continue to rip here, I can either go off the safest names out there and get performance at or around what the ETF is going to give me, or I can go to the smaller cap names. I can go to the crazier ones. Those are going to be much higher beta and deploy less capital. It's like what we talk about with leverage ETFs. You can either buy the standard one, or you can buy the leverage one, and you just have to allocate less capital to get the exact same return, because they're going to be 100% correlated. So I could buy I don't know what's software, like a Microsoft, and that's going to probably get the returns of the IVG less a bit, but there's a lot of safety there. Or I can go to just something like some nuts, tiny little BBAI, some nuts, tiny little company, and I'll get way more beta, therefore way higher return if that happens. So
taking
short
really
semis,
tight. Yeah, just in a really tight look, right? Because I think it's always about risk to return with me, man. In my mentality, this is a 10-to-1 look. So if I can possibly make 10 times my money to risk, $9 right now, yeah, I'll make the $100 to risk the $9, and it gives me a position in uncorrelated. Like I don't have a semi on right now. I have GEV, Workday, FLNC, right? So I'm in different areas. It gives me that turn look ability. If the market turns on me here, I have 3 longs, 1 short, essentially, right? So trying to diversify a little bit.
A leverage short.
A leverage short, exactly.
Another
so
huge
trying
benefit.
to make up for some of the long exposure, right? And you got to be sometimes thinking like an institution, right, Michael? And I think that sometimes traders need to do this more often. How can I be more institutional-like in my trading, right? We're businesses, guys, and we want to be thinking like business.
Well,
all right, now starting to get the lift there. Let's go.
How I worked with Karen Feinerman's fund, doing back office stuff and whatever, and that's a lot of what she would do. She was always, the very traditional hedge fund style of let me buy this and short that against it, and market goes down, take off our hedges, and market goes up, add more hedges, kind of thing. So this is it's an interesting push here again, considering
there's SMH down fast.
I'm
going to probably add to success here. So now you go for the ad. NVDA. As you see the action happening, I go for the ad, right? I'm right at break even. If I hesitate for a second, it's back over 13. Literally, right? Like, since I'm right at entry, is there a problem with me going to $20? No. You know what I mean? So like I'm just tightening in here, trying to position to see if we see a quick move down on SMH.
Yeah, NVIDIA looks like it's going to break to new lows. That would obviously
See, the
dramatically help
SMH
that
chart,
position.
right?
If
So
it,
let's see what happens here. NVIDIA, mentioning, yeah, right on the lows.
yeah, and it's just hanging out right at lows. So if that gives way, that's obviously going to help your position.
Mm-hmm. And then we got to be careful, right? We got to be careful as that collapses. What other collapses with it, right? Does it take down the market, or do we see a wicked rotation that can stay in different areas? Right now, the market is leading in different areas, not tech, right? Utilities, defensive, healthcare, financials, right? So those are the areas that we could see the rotation stay with and not kind of go against, right? So I want to see if defensives continue stronger, healthcare continues stronger, and utilities. Those are the areas that I'm seeing the strength.
Well, yeah, and I've been reading again, not the fundamental guy,
There
but
we go.
been reading
There we go.
all
Good
these
action.
reports about how much cheaper the
Look,
market's been
boom.
getting.
So now we have that good action, right? We're getting the lift, right? And now I can take off this stop. Just try to let it, don't tell it where you are for a second as it's in the strength here. And on the next pop to 1310s, I can bring that stop right back to break even, especially for like a trade to success. This is a momentum play, right? I need to give it the chance now to break out.
Thanks for the book recommendation, Tack. Here it is. Hopefully they have to have an audiobook. Everyone should have an audiobook. Evidence-based technical analysis. Sounds right up my alley.
I like it. I like it. So is it a good thing to have?
I got it loaded up in Amazon, and of course it's got all the suggestions of other books you should get. It's like, how do dinosaurs say goodnight? I'm like, oh,
that's it, dude. That's gonna give you. That's gonna give you the quant. That's gonna give you the quant look.
Buy the two of those together, huh?
That's the quant look right there. Everything in the green except like SMH, right? When you look into the tech, you're seeing AMD down 4.7%, ARM 4%. You're seeing Micron being kind of the strong look, right? So I want to see if Micron can come back to the open here. That could be that look that tells me, yeah, I picked the right day to play this type of play, guys. So watching for workday to hold the 9 EMA. It's on a momentum breakout now. So you see this 9 EMA as it starts to hold. I would love to see it hold and break right back through the 130s. That gives me that really strong move for the day, and I can start to sell some into the 131s. GEV in the green, looking really good here, guys. I was patient enough to wait through all this sideways action. When you have sideways action, don't get too scared. Just understand you're leveling, right? So this is how I got through the wait period. Now, even if it works or doesn't work, I feel like I did my job as a trader on this setup for GEV. Well, and that's what you want to do, man. Just pat yourself on the back for doing your job, right? That's all we're doing.
Looking at oil here, right? It tried to just undercut that low, and then it popped right back through. And that's what we're watching right now. You can see this kind of pre-market support at the beginning of the day. We undercut that ever so slightly, and then we just rallied right back through. So that's why it looks like on the SPY, it was kind of, that was the dip that we had right there, is when oil tried to recover. And now we're back to the high of whatever this was. I don't know. Something spooked us right here. We're right back to that high. So sometimes when you do that round trip from whatever that kind of scared event is, that's obviously a good thing. But to see oil up and markets up, it's just showing me more and more the market's ADHD is kind of kicked in, and we're pushed from caring too much about the war.
Yeah. Setting the stop on the low now for GEV, trying to give it the look that I'm all the way down there. If you want to come get me, you're going to have to bring it down below the prices. And now I'm seeing a little bit of a pullback there in workday. So I'm going to protect workday on this move. I'm going to put a stop break even and let it keep working. If it wants to work, it's a momentum breakout type of stock. So it's going to continue to drive here. FLNC, look at this setup now. This is why I sometimes get out and get back in. This is the hardest thing, I think, for building the algo. Like for right now, I have it set up not to do this because I don't want to see it like get into like this massively over trading by always getting back in, but it has worked for me in the past. The key is what usually happens is like this setup, and we can go to my screen here to show you guys that, is when you get this undercut, right? So I got cut out at the support earlier, which I kind of respect, right? Support break, I'm out, right? But the key here was this undercut and rally and then getting back in, right? Sometimes you're going to get that undercut and then that rally type of look. So you got to be able to either get back in or just forget about this trade. That's the hard thing, right? Sometimes you got to either just let it go. But I think it's all about testing. And the only way you're going to really know is just by kind of living through that and watching the trades happen, right? If it's missing too many because of a second entry, then maybe you add a second entry and then maybe you see how that works, right? So we'll see what happens there, guys. Not bad action now. I'm seeing green across the screen, but I'm also seeing pullbacks in the areas that I want to see. And financials pushing strong, healthcare pushing strong, defensive pushing strong. So let's see that continue to drive. And independent power producers pushing strong. Look at CEG just broke a new high. That's why I wanted to play those in VST. Big lift off there. A little annoyed that I don't have too much exposure, but I have the best of breed there. I have GEV exposure right now, FLNC, right? So can't be mad. Sometimes you're going to see these plays set up and you're not going to be able to get them all, right? CEG, look at this chart. TLN, that's going higher. VST, right? NRG. These are all setting up right now. I think this is all off the backs of Bloom's great report. So you might see Bloom catch up here. You might see it in the red early in the day, and then all of a sudden get back to green.
I know TAC is funny. TAC was talking about Japan, and that was the only. I was just looking at Walter Bloomberg, and that's the only thing that I'm seeing is Japan. Not even going to try to butcher the guy's name. Don't know if it's the prime minister or something. I wish he'd put a title next to it, but he's talking about how they have vast supply chains for oil and they're not worried about the disruption risk. So there's two minds there. Usually when someone says, no, I'm not worried, that's usually when I get worried. And I think that's from my my days trading during I had a strategy that worked amazingly during the great financial collapse. And it was literally, you would turn on CNBC and they would say, here's the 5 banks that we've limited short selling on. And you would just find a way to like buy puts or to get some exposure short to those banks. Because the analogy I always put, it's like, you know, your big brother walks up and points at you and says, don't you bully my brother, he can't defend himself, and then walks off. It's like the same thing as if you go in and say, don't short me, because that might cause financial problems. It's like, wait, that's the bank that, same as this guy's coming in and says, don't worry. I know, because those who don't know, the reason Japan and South Korea are really problems with this whole oil thing is they import essentially all of their energy. They don't produce any energy there. The US is a net energy exporter. Canada is a net energy exporter. So in theory, they could just not export their energy and they could produce enough energy to be fine. Japan and South Korea, not so much. They import every bit of energy. They just don't have the capabilities right now to produce their own energy. So that's a huge problem. So the fact that this guy just kind of pokes his head out and says, yeah, we're fine, that makes me think you might not be fine. And Germany, right, is another tax saying, yeah, Germany's the same way. You're like, and it's because of all these guys, they turned off their nuclear power plants because they were worried about, right after Fukushima, a lot of these guys, the environmentalists hated nuclear power, but now the environmentalists love nuclear power. So maybe, but it's not like you can just flip them back on. These things take like 10, 20 years to produce. So I guess
nuclear
EWJ.
Power, UEC, nice setup off the 15, just to mention the uranium name with that kind of trade setup.
Yeah, and so EWJ, you can trade Japan that way, just so you know, we're not talking about some place you can't really profit off of. So the market, this is, I think, when his statements came out, so they liked what he said, but you can play these things. There's a bunch of Japanese ETFs, because right off the top of my head, I can't think of companies that are liquid. I know there's Toyota. I know Nintendo is traded down. I know these are, I think they're all traded OTC, which is a little bit of a problem. But you can just trade EWJ and get your Japanese exposure there as well, right?
Now I'm fighting URA or UEC. With all this talk, I really liked some of these setups. OKLO, 70 recovery, UEC, 15 recovery, LEU, 210. There's such nice looks. SMR. Oh man, there's so many. And then that's where I get like, okay, do I just go to the ETF, which is URA, right? That's the best one that I like.
Well, there's also NLR. I really like that one. If you want to look at that one, NLR. I've got this, I've already got it drawn out here, but this nice wedge going on. So NLR has URA in it. It has CEG, it has CCJ, but it also has SMR, OKLO. So you get exposure to like the bigger safe guys. You get exposure to the little crazy dudes. I own, full disclosure. I remember I bought some of this in, I think it was this 2025. I just pick some up and I just own it. This is one of those, like I talk about, I don't hold stocks forever, but I do have some ETFs that I'll probably just hold. NLR is one of those. That's like a retirement old man account kind of thing. I'm not trying to trade this. I'll trade around the position, but I just want to own some of these where it's gonna do its job of picking the winners for me. I'm gonna have the losers as well, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's the way to do it. Looking really good in the trades out there, guys. Thinking if I open up another trade or not. Right now, I have everything in the green. I am getting a success pullback as semis rebound a little bit here, but I have a small risk on for $9. I'm not going to be mad about that. I'm giving myself the opportunity for a takedown there in SMH. URA still looks good, but I'm not trying to add too many positions when I'm green. This is one thing I noticed last week that I was doing often sometimes and just pushing way too much. Having all green on the screen is not a bad thing. The problem is if you don't take any profits and the trade turns on you, the next thing you know, you can be on like chasing the cut positions, and you don't want to be doing that either. So timing aspects weigh in, right? So like for me, just because the setup is good, just because the daily chart looks good, doesn't always necessarily mean you got to take every trigger.
The another tweet out, Iranian Revolutionary Guard say no commercial vessel or tanker has crossed the Strait of Hormuz. Say claims by U.S. official are baseless and complete lies. So just more of the will they, won't they.
I like this Alcoa comeback recovery look. This would be more of like a weekly look off the 9 EMA weekly, but you have weekly looks to risk off of, which is 62.13s, and you went to 61.53 today. So it'd have to be towards kind of that 62.13 level. If I can risk to 62 here, it's not a bad look for a reversal in Alcoa. I don't mind it at all, guys. I think Alcoa and aluminum is really going to be affected here. I'm actually doing a screening closure, and they wanted to raise the price on me. I just didn't allow it, but that's a telling sign, right? If the businesses are raising prices, it's because aluminum's getting more expensive, regardless if they want it to be or not, right? They don't want their price to go higher because that means people pull the plug on their contracts, right? So I'm watching to see aluminum smelters go higher. Just got pulled out of that SOX trade, just to mention that.
Yeah, MAGS just hit new highs a day. So the Mag 7 was the strongest off the open, had a nice little dip all the way back up. So that's
right, guys,
I think the missing pieces we needed there.
In a second, at 10:45, we're going to do our Palantir preview for the earnings tonight, guys. That's coming up here in just about 3 minutes. I'll get that queued in there, and we'll do a little preview video for Palantir earnings tonight. You might just find out something you know about Palantir, or maybe you didn't know. Haha. We'll find out. I'm going to take this aluminum trade. I like the aluminum trade. I'll take a shot.
I just went and looked at the chart because I had my little fight with Michael Burry. Looks like I jumped out of that way too early.
Paper hands on me, man.
Yeah, I need to.
Paper hands.
Because that was this hammer candle right here. I remember the day after that. I think the the message I put in the company chat was just screw you, Michael Burry, or eat shit, maybe Michael Burry. And
I
yeah, I
think it
just
was.
bought a
I
bunch
think
of
it was
calls.
more according to that.
And then, yeah, just 2 days later, so I just exited. But I don't know, it looks nice because it pulled back, made a higher low, and now it looks like it's continuing. Of course, earnings, if I had options into earnings, I probably wouldn't still be holding them, right? Because you have that volatility collapse. I'll grab you guys the market maker expected move, which means if you have options inside this area, they're probably going to get nuked and like 70% chance. Oh man. I I let my son talk to Perplexity the other day. So now I need to scroll through all the chats that he started because you put it on the voice mode and the kids love it. So this one's one just says dog, the other one says how many tentacles does an octopus have? So I just need to go through. If you want, I'm telling you, man, if you want to entertain your kids for a bit, you turn on the voice mode and just say you can ask my robot anything, and they'll just talk to that thing for hours.
Michael, I make it tell me I make it tell me fairy tales with my kids' names in it as the
Oh,
characters,
that's a good one.
and then
Good
they
one.
enjoy it. They're like, "What? I'm in the story." And then the best part, if you really want to make it better, Michael, you tell it the personality of your kid, and then it'll like make it better, right? Like you'll see like some of the reactions are kind of similar. Because if you can give it some insights like, hey, this one's the introvert, this one's the extrovert, and likes sports and things like that. So
Smart.
it did like a story about them playing basketball and things like that. And it's cool stuff that you can do, man. Why rely on, books? Why not just create your own stories like we used to? But in this case, we don't have to be so creative. We can use AI to be creative, right? And still read them some cool stories. And then if you want to put it on voice mode for it to read the story, you could do that, right? Or you could read it yourself. So much, guys. My brain has been blowing up with AI, man. I don't know about you, man.
Oh, well, again, for my business, I would probably need 3 employees for where we're at right now.
We're doing good.
I don't have any.
We're doing good.
Yeah, so it's, I drew the lines kind of roughly here for what it would want. It's looking for about a 10% move. That's what the market makers have priced in. So all the way down here to all the way up here. So just be careful. If you are trading options, essentially, we did a little lesson on this. So if you missed it, make sure you kind of go back. But the idea is that this is what the at the money straddle would be. So if you bought a call and a put around 150, 147, 150, that straddle would go essentially to zero as long as 9% less is happening, right? So you have that range, and right, so you're talking 9 to 10%. So 14 points up or 14 points down. So anything that's less than that tonight, it just means market makers win again. No one really gains any ground, and away you go. So that's, again, it's a pretty wide comparison. Microsoft was like 4%. This is 10.
Yeah, let's take a look at the action. Let's take a look at the preview here coming in.
On Monday, May 4th, 2026, Palantir Technologies releases its Q1 results into an environment where the equity functions as a high beta battleground. This chart tracks the price action leading into the print. While the stock realized a 102, this is the beat and fade mechanic. This occurs because investors have moved past the phase of speculative multiple expansion. The focus has shifted to execution, where even strong results are weighed against a high-rate environment that demands immediate profitability. The pressure on the stock is compounded by its 226 times trailing price-to-earnings ratio. A valuation that high leaves no room for macro headwinds or execution missteps. Because the stock is priced for perfection, beating official consensus is often insufficient. To maintain its momentum, Palantir must exceed the much higher whisper numbers held by institutional investors. This chart shows the gap between official guidance and market demand. While analysts project $1.54 billion in revenue, management's history of significantly exceeding expectations has pushed the institutional whisper number to $1.57 billion or higher. The U.S. commercial segment is the primary engine for this growth. To sustain its current valuation, this division needs to demonstrate a revenue surge of nearly 95%. The driver for this segment is the bootcamp strategy. These technical workshops allow customers to deploy live AI use cases in days, bypassing the long sales cycles typical of enterprise software. The critical metric to watch this quarter is the conversion rate. Investors are looking for evidence that bootcamp attendees are rapidly moving into signed production contracts worth at least $1 million. High attendance figures will mean very little if that conversion speed slows down. A lower rate of signed deals would suggest the market is reaching early adopter exhaustion. Palantir's primary bull case is built on what analysts call quantified exceptionalism. By adding its 70% revenue growth to a 56% free cash flow margin, the company achieves a Rule of 40 score of 127%, a figure virtually unparalleled in large-cap software. However, institutions are closely monitoring GAAP income from operations.
What is that?
They want to ensure that explosive growth isn't being subsidized by high levels of stock-based compensation, which could mask the true sustainability of the business model. There is also a notable structural weakness in the international commercial segment. While the U.S. market is surging, international growth has stagnated at just 3% in recent prints. This stagnation is tied to European regulatory friction. For instance, the UK government is exploring break clauses for its £330 million NHS contract, introducing significant uncertainty into Palantir's international pipeline. U.S. dominance cannot indefinitely offset international weakness. If the company fails to scale effectively in EMEA, its total addressable market will be permanently restricted. The derivatives market shows extreme tension leading into May 4th. Implied volatility for the weekly options has climbed to nearly 89%, signaling a period of intense price fluctuation. Immediately after the earnings call, this volatility is expected to collapse toward its 30-day median of 54%. Traders call this a volatility crush. For retail speculators, this is a major risk. Even if they predict the price direction correctly, if the actual move is less than 10.5%, the rapid decay of the volatility premium will likely lead to significant losses. Institutional positioning reflects this risk. Smart money flow shows significant block trades in put options, suggesting that large players are hedging against the structural collapse of these volatility premiums. Trading 31% below its 52-week high, Palantir is now in an asymmetrical risk scenario. The current price of $144 already reflects a good, not great quarterly expectation. In a bear case scenario, any moderation in U.S. commercial growth or a miss on whisper numbers would likely trigger aggressive institutional selling and a valuation reset. Conversely, a grand slam report would cement Palantir's position as a foundational infrastructure layer for the entire AI sector. Joint ventures like their sovereign AI operating system suggest hardware giants like NVDA now view them as the indispensable software engine for national-level AI deployments. These Q1 results will likely signal the current trajectory of the AI supercycle. The outcome determines if Palantir's demand curve is hitting a structural peak or if the company can ignite a short squeeze toward the $180 mark.
All right, guys, we'll see what happens with Palantir reports tonight and more of course, in our earnings coverage. If you want to find out more about Palantir, don't miss it tonight. And there will be more stocks covered, not just these stocks. Stay tuned. A lot of action. And of course, if you want more information, get to the Discord side of things. You might just get some extra added bonus. All right, seeing that SMH still setting up there for the takedown. So just be careful out there, at least from my mind, on semiconductors. They're still kind of on the fade. They can't get back to that 512 on SMH, and that's telling me something. So you could see success start to get the lift there. I might just grab a little bit again. Took that $9 hit earlier, but $9 hits, you can take plenty of those, right? So let's go ahead and let's just rerun it back. Run it back. All right, so I'm going to do the same trade setup on a nice $11 risk now, right? So I risked off of this 9 EMA recovery. Now it recovers to 9 again, and I can risk off to the low right there. Right? I could push it even below that, but there's no need to push. If it's going to go, it's going to be a fast one.
Just looking, there's
Good
my
action
Walter
there. It worked
Bloomberg.
there.
Michael Burry backs GameStop eBay bid. So man, I want to short GameStop now. So we've got the wrong guy trying to
eBay's
hype
ripping
up.
off of that. eBay's ripping off of that, man. eBay's ripping off of that. So
is that the one that may be short?
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, yeah.
No, I wouldn't. I don't know about shorting it right here, guys. I think this could squeeze at least for the day. But that's up to you guys, right? I'd look at the risk and reward setup, double bottom off the 108, right? Double bottom could get back to 120s on the upside, $10 upside outlook, $2 downside outlook. That's what I'd be thinking in my mind, right? So
these people are always just so wrong.
but the big thing is for like my look would be maybe give them a chance to run it and then give you the chance to short it, right? Like eBay back at like a daily trend line. Like if you drew that trend line from the top, I'd give it to that trend line first. We've seen stock squeeze in the past, right? Car has been the squeezing stock, right? Just might not be the market to get after those, but it's up to you. I mean, you call your shot there if you want to get after Michael.
114.
A Michael after another Michael.
You know I'm buying puts, right? There's only one true Michael. I think the whole
I like that one.
is,
Clip that one right there for him.
It's like the Highlander.
It's only one
right?
true Michael.
There can only be one. But no, if we get up to this kind of 114, 115, if things start to get wacky, I'll have to look at the IV, but I'll either do a put spread or I'll buy a put or I'll do like a call, right? A credit bear call spread. That's what I did with CAR. That paid off so well, right? Is from there, because all they have to do is say, yeah, it's going to be hard for us to raise the money on it, and this thing just tanks. But because GME, it's like, okay, if you had that huge pop based off everyone getting super excited, and then you're all the way back down. I just need to read some more messages of people saying that it's manipulated by market makers, and that's why GME is down, and then I'll get in. It's every time they get really loud about short ladder attacks and all this kind of wacky stuff they made up just to justify holding a crappy company. That's when I'll get after it. But I would never, and this is just for me, but something to think about, I would never just like short. I just would never just like short the actual stock, because we've seen it happen many times before. This thing could go to $50 and it wouldn't surprise me. So it's whatever I'm going to do is going to be very defined risk. I'll sit it and say, okay, I'm willing to risk X. I'll structure an options contract, an options trade, do that, and then I'll just walk away, and I'll either get it or I won't. It's same with CAR, right? With CAR, it ended up being an amazing trade. I got pretty much max profit that I could on the trade, and that was the idea. When it was up here, I was just saying, okay, just give me something. Remember, if you guys weren't there, I tried the puts, and then I was wrong on the direction, but because the volatility exploded, I was able to make a few bucks on the puts, and that helped. And then I did this call credit spread where I shorted a call at the money, and then I bought a call out of the money, and I was able to size it appropriately. So when it just had this kind of completely fall apart, like got cut in a half day, that just kind of hit it right. And Crow's telling us that there's a GMEU, because of course there's a 2 times leverage GME trade. Why wouldn't there be? Not a lot of volume, but some. So if you
not for me.
If you really want to make sure that you don't have a financial future, you could short this thing, and then when something crazy happens and GME doubles, this thing would go 4 times. 400% against you. You could 4x your money and have a real bad time. So yes, go nuts. Just be stupid careful.
So get in the lift here.
Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna. Right before we're out, I just wanted to do my kind of thoughts here on the market, and that was going to be one of them, right? If you look at SMH, I've got it on the screen here. It's where we're starting to give, right? We bounced a little bit, and now we're starting to kind of roll over here. And that's going with the Mag 7, which is getting some sort of kind of rug pull happening here. Now looking at
Took
the
my
overall
money and
market,
ran and worked there.
and same with SPY, right? SPY, there's something, again, this is just, could just be an orderly pullback. It could be some news event, so just be a little careful here. Oh, there we go. UAE says its air defense missiles are currently responding to a missile threat. So it's like we're starting to see ramp up.
Yeah, that was one of the scary things was Iran posted the presidential palace of the UAE on Twitter, the coordinates.
Ooh.
And then now they're attacking. I hope they're not attacking the palace, but I mean, they literally were like, yeah, we know where you're at, kind of thing.
Yeah, so that's and that tweet came out from Walter Bloomberg a minute ago. So that's probably what's happening here. But in the grand scheme of things, right, let me zoom in here. Like, this is the last 2 days candle. So not too much has happened. I think the main thing is to make sure you guys are back here for the earnings call, because that's going to be this war stuff, these headlines. They went from popping us like 2 to 3% a day to like 0.5%. Now it's 0.25%. But like we talked about, even though there's not like the big flashy names that everyone cares about with earnings, there is tons of smaller companies. Yeah, and Palantir, I'd put that in a big name that people care about. But there's just so many companies coming out that I think even watching the SPY after hours due to earnings is going to be an important thing to watch. So for me, as long as there's no big move that happens, we're about flat on the day here now. We're kind of right where we opened, selling a little bit more. But I'm just looking at this and saying, okay, this is noise until something is confirmed or after earnings.
All right, getting a lift there in the SOXS trade. I did add to that trade. I did get cut out of some trades there, but I'm just going to do what I expected to do. And it was really coming into the day looking for the semiconductor breakdown. So I'm going to keep riding that trade. That's going to be it for us, guys. Of course, we'll get you over to the scanner side of things. And then, of course, stay tuned for some more action in the afternoon. You guys have a great one. Take care, and definitely catch the earnings streams later today. We'll see you guys back tomorrow, at least for M&M. We'll see you guys. Take care.
And what is up? How we doing? Get rid of the boom and the boom and the boom, and hopefully everybody can hear me. Did everyone hear the doorbell, by the way? Steve will be joining us soon. Thank you to Carlo for pointing this ticker out to me, everyone, over on Trade the Pool here at lunch. We got the lunch recap coming up. Steve will be joining us soon. Boom shakalaka, making sure we're playing everything. We should be good to go. Should be good to go. Should be good to go if anyone is still around. SKK, though, out of nowhere. Holy moly here. I actually took the morning off. I had to get some stuff done today. And so I took the day off and just enjoying the weather too, although it is extremely windy outside my house right now. Holy moly, just hearing it outside the alleyway there. V, another good mover for the day here. Now, just really low volume on these plays. Just going back, it was actually a good morning. What's up, Joe? It was a good morning to take off from the small caps. Just going back to anything that ran today, small cap wise, as far as spiking in pre-market, CNSP was one here. I think this was actually a reverse split. No, this was actually had volume. This does have, yeah, this has good volume. There was a reverse split play that really didn't do much, but this play right here, running pretty. Let's go to auto. Boom. Right, had the good spike, and this is what we've been getting. This is nonstop what we've been getting in the small cap sector here over the last month plus now. Spikes in pre-market that lead to really nothing much in market. Now, good bounce plays, right? We find these low consolidation areas, these low demand areas that become good support. So, you come in here and find a good, this is what I've been doing essentially over the past month, finding this bottom support. Is it going to be down here? Maybe have orders at 770, right? Even throwing a low order down at 725. Seeing where we're going to get filled out. Well, once we come and establish it here, then we know from now on, and this is going to be the support for the rest of the day. We did have a downtrend that we did just break here, so if we go in the top, and that we always have to go high of day. I would go high of day here. You could see where do you want to put it in at, right? We've broken it multiple times, so eventually if you keep breaking it, you're probably going to eventually stay above it, right? So we fail it there, we break it and fail there, we break it and fail there. But the more breaks that we have above these downtrends that we keep having to reform, typically you would squeeze. But in the market we're in right now in the small cap sector, at least anywho, they haven't been running. They just haven't been. So most likely what happens is we come back down, bounce here again, eventually stop bouncing, kind of the basketball effect, where it then dribbles out and then cracks and goes for more. Another play this morning, we looked at this one last week, was PN. Yet again, here we go, another pre-market runner. After hours, I guess, runner there on Friday. Oh, that's right. I remember that's why I was up on my board over here on TOS when I pulled it up. I was like, why was I looking at PN? Because of Friday in the run, and that it made good move. Some continuation today in pre-market. Then overall, just starting to establish some strong resistance and some strong support down below. Where do you want to put the line in? You could go about right there-ish or so if you wanted to, somewhere in this area for the support and the resistance, like your main corridor, right? You've gotten a little bit below it, a little bit here, I know, today in market, and a little bit above it and below it here today in pre-market, and of course here as we see it in market, not getting quite to it yet again. But this is just the overall channel. The other one today was some decent volume, GBTG. Is this the one that was reverse split? Yeah, just set sideways, yeah. There was some movement in pre-market. I don't know if it was reverse split, maybe an acquisition deal is what I'm betting on that play. It was Riley B, RLB. I always call it Riley B, but RLYB. Again, pre-market runs a little bit. Not much in market, sideways in NDR. This one is a typical sideways consolidation, choppy mover. A little bit of movement there in at the opening bell. But then again here, what are we doing? We're forming some good resistance in market, right? And some good support in market. And then we're just running and channeling in these areas. I mean, that's if you see a mover in pre-market. Now, this one's a little bit right before the opening bell, and these have helped outrun a little bit more at opening bell. Those have been your good runners typically. At least to get some continuation. Crow, what's up? How we doing too as well? Joe and Crow, Crow and Joe. It's the Crow and Joe show. Hey, that's actually not a bad name if you guys want to do a live stream one day. The Crow and Joe show. That's actually good. Sounds like something that would be on a certain network. We forget those networks, but the sports networks we want to talk about. It does sound like Mike and Mike, right? Yada, yada, yada. The Crow and Joe show. Anywho, back to runners from this morning. I like it, though. It sounds pretty good. NIVF, I think, was another one from this morning. Yeah, another pre-market runner that then dudded out. So it just has been that way. So it's continued to see more of this, in my opinion. I would bet SKK halted up at. Oh no! Did this? Oh, you kidding me? All right. Well, I love when Thinkorswim decides to do that on me. We halted up at 58.33. 58.33. So resumption time would be 03. Well, now we're up to 10-minute halt. So we're at 08.33. 08.33 for SKK. Okay. Steve will be joining us soon. We'll go over some large caps when he comes in. This play is halted. Resumption price is showing 15.08. Looking like a little gap up coming here again. We'll see if we get it. Less than half a minute till resumption time. Okay. We still have V making a move, so V I think is going to be on high watch for continuation. I have it in a larger time frame, so that helps out. Looks a little bit sexier. We do have SKK live, and it did get that little bit of a gap up. Popped a new high of day of 15.88. It is trying to rip up here for more. I'm going to go to past chart history here on my side to see where we can continue to climb to here. There we go. Okay, so 1697, quick wick to 1697, longs take profit. That is a flag on top of the hill. That is a flag on top of the hill here. So we got to go really digging back in time here on my side. The last time we were at anywhere close to this, we'll go back 5 years. We have to, and we see finally some charting starting to show up here. I would say for SKK. Watch for a move up. We just hit it 1650 resistance. So I'm going to go ahead and put a line in at 16.5. Are you out of your mind? And I said, no, I'm not out of my mind. I'm going high. This thing could really rip and roar, team. I'll go 17.5 after that, and over 17.5, unless it's natural, this thing has room to run all the way up to 20 plus. And then could run to 20, about 26 or so. I'm seeing a double top of resistance back in 24 into 20, into 24. We have two nasty upper shadows right around 26 or so. This play does have some room to run. I'll go 1650 to 1750. A strong resistance over that has room to run. Got PN. You're talking about that one could still run. It could still quadruple U-shape around. It's tried many a times today. We'll see if it does get some continuation. It's got really strong resistance at 6. It's gonna have some trouble at 6. If it cracks back through 5, she's done. It will not run up to new high of day. If she holds 5, she'll have a chance to do so. SPY been pretty chill up until a massive reversal about an hour and a half after the open, about 11 a.m. Eastern time, market time. Huge reversal, though. I guess we'll see if something was said at that time. What was talked about? Well, I know. See if Steve was trading that today. We're talking about Fed. Williams says notable supply chain disruption, emerging tariffs are big. Okay, here inflation drivers. Okay. But that was around that same time. Actually, no, it was around 10 my time. So the only thing I see around that time would be maybe something with Iran. But I'm still not really seeing anything when it comes to TOS and an alert, a news at that time. So starting to hold old resistance, new support here. Again, we're getting this halt up area, double halt up area. So we halted up here, gap down, flew into another halt up here. So anywhere from around 1465 to right around 14 is going to be that main strong resistance for SKK on the way up. V is starting to get a little archy though right now. And these are going to be your two main plays as we walk through lunch hours today. Just like we talked about on Friday in the lunch recap. If you did join us on Friday, getting plays to run randomly after the opening bell. So you can see here, not a lot of volume to start the day. No one was looking at V or SKI. I guess we can call it SKI, but SKK. It's funny, we got SKK and VEEE still running here about randomly around the same time. So you can see here earlier with V, started getting a little bit of volume and popping right around the 9:25 mark my time, hitting new high of day up through the 10 o'clock mark. Not a lot of volume there, but a little bit. And then SKK, the same thing. So I'm kind of trying to put multiple tickers in at the same time here. So let's not do that. Let's do SKK. Out of nowhere, right here, halting up at around 9:15, and then we're halted up there for, wow, I didn't realize how long we were halted. We were really halted for an hour and 30 minutes we were, and people still wanted to trade this? What? Wow. All right, so we have this halted for an hour and a half, then we have it halted for another hour or 30 minutes. Okay, a little 45 minutes. That is nuts. That is a long time. Prediction for PLTR today, is that, what is today? I think it is, PLTR is a big one today. Let's go to that real quickly, and I'll give my, I know we'll go even over it. Steve will give his opinion. I think we already talked about this in levels on Friday, possibly. But anyway, let me just look at it. Let me look at it again. Yeah, PLTR. Oh, yeah, we got a few on VRTX today. Okay, cool. So we do have a couple of big ones today. We do have a couple of biggies today. I'm going to do this real quickly, get this pulled up. Why this is taking forever here to pull up. Cool. I can't do it. I have to tell him. So here we go. Oh, well, get this going right here. Dang it. Can't do what I say anyway. I was going to put I meant to do this earlier today, but yeah, someone will have to cover for me on Thursday. Thursday, me and Avery are doing date night. So like I can't do earnings. I was going in to look to see what the earnings are this week and then the earnings calendar for us here on YouTube. So Joe, I know you're listening, I think. But I'll tell Carla in the group off the chat and put that in chat. Yeah, Thursday I can't. Yeah, me and Avery are actually, we're going to see Mortal Kombat 2 at 3:30 and then going to a dinner or movie or dinner afterwards. So doing the first showing, at least the first IMAX showing that we have here on Thursday, which is at 3:30. You know, and then dinner afterwards. So trying to beat the crowd. I hate going to movies and sitting next to people. I don't do that no more. I just ain't about that unless a big one with big O seats, which we don't have that here in Arkansas. We did in Texas, so I ain't about that life sitting next to people. Not no more. No way, no how. So anyway, we go see them early movies. So yeah, we're gonna go at 3:30 to see the movie, then the dinner afterward. So yeah, Thursday I can't do earnings, so I'll have to put that in chat when I get done. Just letting you know, Joe, out of the gate. PLTR, though, let's go to it real quickly. I just want to make sure earnings today. I was like, dang it, I was looking at that earnings calendar. I was like, oh, I cannot do that. Unfortunately. Unfortunate lie. All right, let's go over to PLTR here. This 100%, please. Let's go back at least a year. Probably the win today. Internet is absolutely terrible today. All right, cool. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought 145 was that one, or 245 was that Apple or AMD, or I can't remember which one it was anymore. Steve on his way back. Here are the downtrend. So this is the two things I would be looking for. Looking at this, who asked about it? What handsome, beautiful soul asked about this? Adrian Awenda, what's up, bro? How we doing today? Hopefully having a great, beautiful Monday. It is so gorgeous outside. Very windy, but gorgeous. This 125, 126 corridor is going to be huge in my opinion. What's with the emotional, sad music in the back? What? There's still sad, emotional music in the background playing? Thank you for letting me know that. Oh, gosh darn it. I didn't know they were still playing music. What music's still playing? What music? I don't see any. Oh, gee golly, now I've got to press play here. Which one is it? Oh, I hear it now. Which one is this? I don't see anything on play when it comes to music. Maybe it's on the layers? No. Oh, gosh, O's. Usually I see something playing in the background. I don't see anything playing right now. Oh, no. Joe, which music is that? Which one is it? Joe, which one of these? I don't see anything on play right now. I'll just do this. Okay, I'll pause that one. But see, I don't see anything playing. I see nothing playing right now. Man, what's up, Eric? Yeah, it's like background music we have playing for like for you guys just to have music on. No offense, but that music is like so saddening and makes you just want to cry. And it's like the commercial with the Sarah McLachlan commercial, the poor dog commercial that they do anymore. You know, the Angel song. Put all your faith in me, and all your peace of mind. I don't want to start singing. I can't. I'll get copyright. All right, boom. So here are your two levels. I think it was Adrian. So Adrian, under 125, we're kaput. I think we go down to, and I'll go even over on my side over here, brother. Let me go over to my side and really be able to get into this. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing's playing on my end, so I'll refresh whenever Steve pops in. I'll refresh and I'll let him start talking and yapping, and I'll see if I can't find it. So for the time being, just bear with me, Taquito. Just don't go to sleep on me. Yeah, 135, and then okay, so your two areas. So when I zoom back out, so a 135 is the first area. So if we crack 135, Adrian, it's a done deal. I think we go down. Now we could see an Apple. I think it was Apple. Apple, right? Was it Apple that did this in the end, team, that went up and down and really didn't do anything in the end? On earnings the other day. Was that the one that did this, if I'm not mistaken? We go up and then we go down and we just do nothing in the end. No, that one then did go back up. So we've been seeing a lot of that, Adrian. We have been seeing a lot of that. And I think the 235 mark. I think Tesla was one of the ones that goes up, goes down, comes back, sits even. So PLTR, those are going to be my main two areas, honestly. Adrian, anyone else are going to be 135. We crack 135. I think that's where we do go down and we don't do the chew back on up and then up, because we've seen a lot of that. Amazon did it, right? Amazon was down in red, and then 2 or 3 hours after the closing bell, after we went down, boom, we went firing back up like Apple did last week on Thursday. So this week, if it's under 135, watch for the move down to 125, 126. That's minimal in my opinion we'll get to. I think minimum we'll see that. Ultimately, and I'll just go back to the 15, or the 4 hour, I should say. Let's go to the 4 hour. Last earnings. Golly, the wind is nutsos. We are up, but we didn't go too much more up. We were down too, but in the end, okay, that was only about like 10 points. Let's go to this earnings. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair for me, in my opinion. So, all right, in my opinion, on the way down today, Adrian, I think on the way down today, in my opinion, 235 we crack, or 135 we crack. We see 125, 126 area, and if we crack that, just going back and looking at the daily, there's a lot of support going back all the way through through this March, but then you go to April. I mean, I should say obviously April, but the April dip right here. But then you go through March and February. Then you get to last year around this time, and you start to see in that area where we last were, and we were coming on up essentially through the 100s, up through to our run that we made to 200. And so then there's a lot of support at 120. I go back to last May. I go back to last June. You can talk right here through this area, right? So I don't think we'd get much lower than that. I think if we crack 135, we see the 125 mark, maybe the 120 area. Somewhere in here is where we, demand into. Now, if we break this downtrend, the first area right here, as you can see on the way up, to me is going to be right here, right around 160. I think that's minimal on the way up. Over 160, I think we can get to right around the 170 mark, maybe a tad higher. So I'd say 160, maybe to 170, 125, maybe to around the 115 mark. And those would be my main areas and levels that I would be trading, looking for on PLTR. Palantir. Oh man. But yeah, that is the good music. Music's off now. Good. Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Hopefully someone got it off. Thank you in the background. Yeah, because I was like, what is this music? Because there was nothing playing on my end. And usually I find it because it's happened to Steve before, where I came in, or I'll come in and I usually tease it. Today I took the day off. So I took the day off. It looks like SKK is now finally starting to chill out here. By the way, what does PLTR just look like in, say, like a 3-minute time frame? Okay, cool. Yeah, it reminds me kind of of the SPY today. But I was just going to take the day off. It's kind of, we've been seeing a lot of the same charts here when it comes to small cap sector here recently. So I just was like, I'm going to take the day off. I don't really like a lot of what I see here recently in small caps. And lo and behold, everything played out to a fiddle as far as what we've been seeing in the small cap sector. Nothing really, unfortunately, that now we had the fun plays. We've had a lot of fun plays. I'll talk about that all day, every day. Your not SKK. Your last week, what was it? Oh, gee golly. To start the week, HTCO. HTCO was fun last week. That was a barn burner for sure. Aiken last week. We had a lot. EUDA. The same day we had RDAC, RDAC. And that's what we're getting to. We're seeing a lot of that really volatile movement. Really volatile movement. And so that's just one thing that on Friday, that's the one thing I thought maybe last night even. I was like, do I want to take off Friday? I think I do want to do Friday this week, just have a 3-day weekend next weekend. Coming into Mother's Day and looking to go camping, this, that, and the other. The weekend's still so pretty out. I was like, man, today, because last week, we'll just go back in time here, like HTCOs of the world, and we'll go back a little bit further in time here so we can see this 15-day minute. Right, boom, right? So last Monday, this play goes Banana Joe's. We talk at Holy Jolie Moly, right? We go from 1260 all the way up to 56. But it's not your run-of-the-mill, hey, pre-market mover, this had news, and it's running in pre-market. You're not getting that. You're going back to this. You're getting SKKs of the world that pop up kind of randomly out of nowhere. But let's go for HTCOs. We had ACAN have a double run last week, triple run, whatever you want to call it, from Monday, and just kept staircasing its way up. So plenty of money to be had there. We had RDAC Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken, that went on a pretty crazy run. Nothing really in pre-market, but it was just that possible past chart history. When I've seen these tickers run, it goes on a pretty good run last week. Even EUDA was a good gap and halter play that we traded on Wednesday the 29th as well. Gosh, what was it on Friday with my group? We traded something on Friday. Let's go back to the morning alerts here. What was it on Friday? Q-Ball. No, Q was a good runner. Aiken, Sober, Got Labs. I forgot what it was, but there was something after the opening bell on Monday or Friday that started halting. So I thought maybe we'd have that. And we really didn't get it today. All we've gotten today was later on SKK here, which really provided for a little bit more, in my opinion, more of a lackluster of what we saw from last week, really late in the morning too. I say late, but we had one halt up that led an hour plus, so it wasn't a lot of movement. Now we're really starting to stalemate. So I'm glad I took the day off. I had other stuff to get taken care of as well on my clock and my thing. So I didn't want to, and that's what I wish you guys would understand, that we talk about that, where you're going to, if you can get to that mindset of just taking days off, I've got to get this done, or I don't have to look at the stock market. There's going to be plays that are going to run without me. I know I'm going to miss plays. Maybe there is a crazy runner when I get into lunch recap with these guys that I've missed that I would have traded and made a lot of money on. I know this play has gone from, $2 all the way up to 17 right now, currently up 700% on the day. But just when I look at this, I would have waited forever for this to go live, and then I would have missed it here at 10 at this time. Because I'm taking a break at that point, usually most Mondays. Then it goes immediately and halts up again. So by the time I come back in here, it's halted up. I'm like, well, let's see what it does. And then I probably miss it again, and so it's just, then it becomes a little erratic through here. So I most likely wouldn't have even traded this anyway today. And so it was a great day to really take off. There wasn't a lot of good movement overall in the small cap sector. AIOS. So that was another one good. Yes, that was the one. AIOS. Thank you, Taquito Chita. We talked about that on the Friday Night Live. This was the one. I mean, they were running a little bigger last week, but we're starting to get a little of this too, kind of like SKK today, where they're not going straight up, like where they're getting that HTCOs of the world, where you get more of that. Say, well, let's just go, for example, and I'll put it over here, but we go from, we start off here from 10 to 1265 halted up. Gap up to 14 halted up. Gap up to, say, 16, whatever, halted up. You're like, oh my God, whatever, right? We're just seeing this move from 10 to 17 with 3 halts up and big gap ups. Then all of a sudden we see a massive one and a gap up to 20 and it races to 24. And you're like, oh my gosh. And so you can play those gaps and the halts. Oh, that was weird. So you can play the gaps and the halts. We're doing a little bit of the erratic. We're up and then we're down right away. We're gapping down of a halts up, and sometimes we're gapping up out of halt downs. not moving up. And then, because point being, when you see those, we got RDAC last week was pretty good, and then EUDA did it pretty well as well. But when you do the gap, you go from, say, 11 to 17, and you're doing nothing but gapping up and halting up. So it's going straight from, like I said, 10 to 12, whatever, halted up. Gaps up at 14, goes to 16, halted up. Gaps up to 17, whatever, goes to halted up, right? So if you could just get in between those movements, you're starting to anticipate you can read that trend. Or if you've missed some of it and you feel it's gone too high up, we'll read the trend. If it's gapping or halting then gapping up so much, the further it goes up, the better. Typically, because then it's going to get the same thing on the way down. You can typically, hey, the first halt down is going to have a huge gap down, and then you'll have multiple out of that. Now we're getting into that kind of erraticness where it doesn't fully trend out the way you want to. It is still fun. We're still seeing them a little bit, right? Today we got another one, SKK. It just, to me, they're getting a little less predictable trend-wise. So I think we're still just in this ugly funk. I would really love, we talked about this too, with the PDT rule coming into play, and hopefully that does come into play, maybe more than I'd want it to, or I say want it to, more than I think it's going to, I should say. And we have some big movement. We continue what we had from last September, because it all started last September with the QMs. QM still halted at this point, T12. My TCGL trade that I traded here and destroyed over 100-point move, and then that thing still went even further, had a bigger move than the QMs did. It went all the way up to 450 in January. So you bookend it with QMs that goes from 10 to 300, I think, on the dot. It's right close to it. And then you have TCGL that goes from 10 to 450, almost on the dot. And those are your two, it was nuts. And then since then, it's been okay. We've had some good strong moves, but nothing to really talk about, write home about. There's been a couple, I think, honestly, yes, maybe recently, true, over the last couple of weeks in these gappy, halty plays. But your pre-market traditional, hey, run of the mill, let's trade this today, it's going to keep running. We're just not getting a lot of that continuation. It is what it is. But yes, AOS was it. CNSP, let's go to list. Oh no, MNDR, no, this is just way too slow and choppy. I mean, at least if you like to trade channels, I mean, it's just too slow for me, very slow for me. I want more staircasing, I want movement up. That's just too slow for me. I went over it already. Yeah, these plays right here, I already went over them. Too slow for my man. Too slow for me. I mean, like in large caps, I want 3-4 points. I'm not in it for 50 cents, 30 cents, 20 cents moves. Yeah, same here. Yeah, right. I'm not in for that. It's just too little of movement. Now, the bounce plays aren't bad, but it's too choppy, too caught in a channel. I mean, I want plays to staircase and run. Plays to staircase and run. Oh, yeah. That's what I was saying. Yeah, you may have missed that, Taquito. That's where the fun's at anymore. You're not getting a lot of in-market movement. The plays you're seeing in pre-market, that's your money to be made. Right here. Right here. Then the dark black, or whatever, the charcoal money, black, and that's what we've been. The big money in the black area have been the halting plays, have been the plays that have been going crazy. Your Akins, like I've been saying, your HTCOs, your RDACs, your AIOSs. And even those are hard to trade. You got to know what you're doing in those halty plays. They got spread on them. They're volatile, violent. The volume is inconsistent. Where here you get really, if I can talk, really consistent volume. You can play a range. You know what you're trading. It's not bad, but I just missed the staircasey continuation from December and January. That was the best when we had it, because every day I was coming in, I'm like, oh, which play is going to be the one? Because I'd come into pre-market, I'd be looking for bounce plays. This play essentially in the end would come up and form this resistance area right here, Taquito, right? And then we'd squeeze and go up to 12, and I'd go, okay, reversal so far, you're 1050 down to around 8. So about 250 for really good bounce plays, right? And so we come down here and we go squeezing up. Well, I want this to go up to about 1250 or so, and then I'll come, or whatever, at least to 12, and then I'm like, oh, this is going to be the support. And then we do boom, and we bounce, and we go up for more. We can build the staircase. This just gets, obviously, in-market. For in-market trading, you're just not getting it. You're not getting the follow-through, continuation, and it's not like you're going to get that all day, every day. It's really gotten that way in large caps. Obviously, you go to large cap tickers, I mean, they've gotten all-time highs, though. Plays here recently have been much better when it comes to continuation. I mean, like here's a great example, SNDKs of the world. Now, again, today kind of reminds me of Friday here, but we're I like a small cap play, right? We kind of build a range. You trade the range where you can see the bottom area right around 12.25, top area right around 12.50, 12.60, and you short up here and you trade long down here, and it's just that channel mode. But I think a lot of the movement here recently have gone back to the large caps. So we're moving back to these plays as well. This Meta hasn't gone up. Microsoft not so much, but this guy right here, he's been banging and she's been banging, whatever you want to call it. But I think a lot of it's gone over to these plays that are at all-time highs. Google, these three plays that are close to 300 now. Apple being another one, trying to get up to that 300 mark. AMD already is all-time highs as well. So you're getting a lot of good movement from these large cap tickers, and I think it's pulled away from, of course, what Carr did a couple of weeks ago. Boy, that was super fun. Not Takia, I think it was what Crow brought up. PN, so maybe pencil it in. PN, pencil it in. Still not done yet. Like I said, if it can hold this 480-ish, whatever corridor, she's still in play. She starts to crack this area right through here. Count it out. She's a goner. SkyCorp Solar, I mean, that's just huge here recently, seeing the solar stuff. Anything that has to deal with outer space, anything that has to deal with space, essentially, has been going huge over the last few months. Minerals have been going huge. That's just the sector. And again, maybe back to that. Sectors have been getting hotter. Yeah, there you go. And PN. Dumped. Yeah, hey, speaking of, let's see if we get some overseas. Get the dang Strait and the gas prices this weekend. I had to go. I haven't driven my X5M competition that much here recently. Just busy, most of the reason why, just to be honest. But secondarily, oh my gosh, the gas. And I finally drove it for the first time in weeks. I say weeks. I'll drive it. I say weeks, but the first time in a while yesterday. And wow, needless to say, even here in Arkansas, it was like 450, somewhere in the mid fours for the 93, because of course, with the V8s, most V8s anyway, with that high performance engine, like the two of the three vehicles we have are, hey, we want you, put out the highest grade you can in it, whether it be 91 or 93. Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh. It's funny to have me. I was like, and it was funny, the gas station I went to, which is like the hole in the wall next to us, really good cheap gas, I should say. So I usually just go there. When I want to perform, I'll go to the Exxon down the street and pay more. And when I just need gas, I go to the little hole in the wall that's a little cheaper for the 90, way cheaper actually than the 93. And so I was like, I just need some gas just to get around for now. I ain't trying to go 0-60 3.5 seconds. But yeah, I was like, oh my god, and that I just was thinking about other states. And then I was like, oh, the tap to pay, the thing outside was broken, so it's pay inside. I'm like, man, I gotta walk in and pay, having to walk in and pay in forever. And so I just like, hey, 40, whatever I said. I think I said $40. I was like, I just need something to get me by. And then I did the math. I was like, I'm only gonna get how much out of $40? It was so funny to think about that. I'm like, oh, wow. Starting to crack down SKK. Really a little bit overall in the downtrend. We'll go back over to SKK. PN's trying to pop up a little bit. Thinking about SKK, you think this is SKK, but no, this is PN. Yes, I know it's called SkyCorp Solar. SkyCorp Solar Group, I should say. But no, SKK would be right here. This would be SKK Holdings. She is starting to crack back on down here. As you can see, that wedge and that shelf right here did crack back for SKK. So SKK did just crack the VWAP. Nice good sell-off right there, hard back down. You can see the downtrend that we're in. Nice sell-off there through the shelf here. Beautiful short opportunities. It's getting weaker and weaker and weaker. Really going to hold this area probably most likely, I would imagine, into, for the rest of lunch into power hour. I'd bet for the next hour and a half or so, or I can't believe we're already over 35 minutes here to this lunch recap. $10 into this $9 mark. Somewhere in here we'll hold, whether it's the wicks here where we try to hold at 10 or the true halt up area right there, right around 9. Ooh, Kaba. I haven't looked at Kaba in quite a Kaba minute. Does this have earnings today, or are you just talking about it for a day trade? I was like, no, this is a small cap play. Probably had earnings this morning if it did. See, this is better. See, this is better. I don't know why this isn't on the top gainers board. Maybe I'm just not looking down far enough on my list. See, this is perfect right here. See this flat plat breakout right here, team? Beautiful consolidation here early on, pre-market into the opening bell. Finding a base, starting to get a little bit of this U-shape, W shape. You go to larger time frames, it's going to form more of a U-shape. On the way up there, which I like, 5 minute, 15 minute, will form more of a U-shape. We consolidate, cup and handle here up top. Very long handle for those big hands, those Shaq hands, those Dikembe Mutombos of the world, those George Murasans of the world, the Sean Bradleys of the world with those just gigantor hands. Right here, look at this right here. Beautiful handle. We squeeze from it. Now, do we ever come back down and bounce off our shelf? No, but if and when you want to take a trade, you say you want to take a bounce play down low, that's it. 360, even add orders at 350. Stop loss, maybe down at 340. That's a great area to add in at. This is a beautiful play right here. This is absolutely gorgeous, which we talk about now, staircasing our way up. On the way up for Cabo. I want to go to Cabo, San Lucas. What is it called? Cabo. Yeah, Cabo. Beautiful uptrend channel here on the daily too as well, kind of higher low pattern. So we'll go over to this real quickly. 4-hour time frame. And you can see as we go back a year, if we could, dear, beautiful. Higher, right? Boom, 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 boom. Every higher low is, we got 205, 230, that's 25 cents. Okay, so then we got 15 cents. And then we go up again another 30 cents. So it's good higher low pattern there overall. Kind of continuing a nice good move up. Little double here, really triple U, quadruple U. Hex, what's 5? Hex is 6, right? What's 5? Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. V U-shapes along the way, squeezing our way back on up here. That top resistance is really heavy at 350 to 375, which we're trying to escape out of today. There's your 350. There's your 375 corridor. Absolutely beautiful here on the way up here for Cabo. So that's what makes that 350-60 bounce play even more beautiful, because we have this daily chart showing us where to also come down and take the bounce play right off of this area. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm not sure what the news was. I thought they had a private placement. No, but I'm seeing an offering truck. Yeah. That's what I tell people in small caps. I would say any more, I hate to say 90%, 75% of the time for small caps, that the PR really generally means anything and how long it carries the play. I'll say especially that how long it carries the play. Now, maybe it means something right out of the gate, right? Maybe true, possibly. But just when you think generally as far as long-term, like, hey, this play has this news, and it's going to run. No, I mean, I think that is a little bit more gone in the past. We'll have it at times from here and there where that maybe a PR carries it because we're hot now, like back, essentially the sector that we've been in. We're really moving away from it a little bit for now, but like, again, back to September through January. But I know, hey, having to keep going back to that. It reminded me of the older years where, it's hot in the small cap sector. You can sneeze at a PR and it's going to really help it. If you have a good PR, boy, watch this. This could really go and maybe move throughout the day and tomorrow. And we're looking at a week or two from then. Yeah, it's just funny how that's really gone to the wayside, so to speak, on you think it's this and then it's that. And then how many times I know you, Taquito, have seen offerings throughout the years. Now it's a mixed bag. We're used to, offering. Well, short it if you could. But of course, when we first started, it was long. So it was like, watch this play, dump, dang it. And then, of course, you'd think the degens of the world, as we want to call them, where's the bounce play? I'm like, no, it's offering. Leave it alone. Just let them figure out the bounce play. Then maybe, but it would just dump it, kill the play. Now with an offering, sometimes doesn't. Maybe it does, sometimes it doesn't, and it'll come back up and goes through new highs. And you're like, what? That had an offering? That can't be true. This can't make sense. But yeah, that's the world we're in now. But yeah, beautiful move here for Caba. Going back here even further in time here, of course, I will on my side over here, years wise, we've got to go back all the way into 2024 to find next resistance area. Which really comes into play where old support is actually what it is. And old support is actually off this resistance. So 380 down to around 350 is old support. So now on the way up, really the next true resistance area doesn't really come in until around 425. Over that, we can move all the way up to 475 into 5. So that would be what I'm looking for on Cabo on the way up today. Really the next true resistance on the way up. And I think we may have do you have a doorbeller? You can ring the doorbell if you want to. Just by all means, ring the doorbell. Oh, okay. It's over on the layers or music. You got to go to music, and on the top left-hand side of music, you'll see air horn, crowd applause, and then you'll see doorbell ring open anyway. So go to the music. There it is. There he is.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks? What's up, dog?
Man, just going over small caps. Good, easy stuff here today in the small cap sector, making it nice and easy to go over what we've seen for the day. Looks like didn't maybe miss too much, but a huge pullback on the SPY. We can go over the large cap sector now that you're here, my man. But yeah, I've been covering the small caps. Loving some slow and steady movement there. Got up with Kava. It's been a nice slow and steady moving here throughout the day. So that's what I was kind of saying, how we really haven't had good continuation plays, but CABA has been our one good continuation play. So yeah, I got Toyota as main target. Yeah, that's what I'd say. Probably coming up here, honestly, Taquito, Cheeto, Machido. Watch for this to continue up. Honestly, I like CABA. Beautiful chart setup on it. So yeah, this is got written, in my opinion, for the bull play of the day. Now we've got some other potential plays in PN, like we talked about in the small cap sector. So keep PN and CABA on watch for slow and steady potential pops and squeezes that you can trade without really a big spread. If you like big spreads on your sandwiches and you like volatility, SKK would be your other one to keep your eyes on as we move into power hour and into closing bell. My man Steve, how's the day been? Did you trade today at all, or you kind of like me and took the day off?
I was busy at the doctor's office this morning, so I was I was battling nurses trying to get seen. Finally got in. Thank you so much for holding down the fort here. We have a whole lot of not much going on in SPY. Honestly, I can pull up my charts and show you what I'm seeing, but I was watching in the waiting room and kind of glad I wasn't trading, to be honest. Didn't look particularly enticing. I'll get my screen going. We can get on into it.
Get it going, brother. Get it going.
Yeah, so SPY, basically we got a little bit of a retest of the pre-market highs. Remember on Sunday we did actually gap up pretty significantly there. And let me get this pulled up. Awesome. So this was Friday in the middle here where my mouse is. We had this big type of flag trying to set up here for potential continuation on the megaphone breakout. I'm gonna go to a daily chart. Got to tap into the daily to show you where we are at on this bad boy, because we are basically hoping for a small dip that gets caught off of last week's levels to show for a continuation move off of this large megaphone. While I'm yapping here, there is the daily chart. So this was an old line. I do not think we need to pull back this deep anymore. What I would like to see is something more like a little pullback into maybe 710, 711, somewhere in, as I clear this up, in this kind of consolidation pattern. And let me actually redraw this. We are seeing kind of this general grind up, and we tried to break out of the megaphone. You can see that little pop on the daily candle on Friday that did get rejected. So what?
By the way, real quickly, guys. Quickly out of nowhere for you small cap, mid cappers, CUE from Friday halted up there while I was yapping out the last 15, 20 minutes. I don't know if anyone caught that. Broke its down to and halted up. It has been live here for the last 15 minutes. But yeah, CUE from Friday, our play. Don't forget that one. I just saw that halted up. I was like, whoa! I was going through Friday's plays for you guys out there. So CUE is kind of back in play again for the rest of the day. So I just want to throw that out there real quickly.
Oh, absolutely. Great eye there. So I'm seeing this is nice. I like this consolidation into this moving average. And then it looks like, yeah, we did get that halt there right as it pulled back into this this short-term support. So to me, this tells me that this big surge was digested very healthily. It's accepting above this big gap up where all this volume came in. So I think this one is going to, I saw it twitch. We'll keep an eye on this one and see if it can go for that sweep of 37. I'm definitely liking it as long as it can hold the gap up level at 3170 personally. But what do you think about that? Is that a potential stop sweep level back into that?
Right. Yes. Yeah. That halt. That's what I call my halt strategy essentially. So yeah, holds that area right there where we kind of like came down to. That's what I call my halt strategy. It'll always try to hold that area, and yeah, that'll be make or break for it for sure.
Okay, I really like this now that I'm looking at it a little closer too, because what I see is it was kind of consolidating after its initial morning push, and then it washed that out. But once it surged through there, it kind of created this neckline, and this is what I look for on like a daily chart too. For a stock to pop, call it a stage one base. Stage one base. Okay, Q looks like it is live here. Watch and see if it can hold this short-term moving average. Maybe this dip to our halt area that Josh is looking for here. Right about 32 and change, something like that.
Right. And we like a stage 1 tune, but let's get a stage 2 tune, right? Let's get a stage 2 tune. Then we're really rocking. Then we're really killing it.
Absolutely. And just for those out there who aren't familiar with the 4 stages of Wyckoff accumulation, essentially what we're talking about is you go through a period of basing or accumulation. We would call that in this part, this stage 1, where it's basing. And then it says, hey, I'm here to play. And it surges through the basing. So now it's in stage 2 or markup. So now the accumulation is starting to play out. It's driving price up. And then you will see, we can use this as an example. So driving price up out of this stage 1 accumulation, stage 2. Then you have stage 3 distribution, where the same inventory that was accumulated here is getting sold off here. Then you see stage 3 markdown, stage 4 markdown. And then what do? You do it all over again. So no matter what time frame, it's always in this cycle. Always be aware of where you're at on the cycle.
Recycle, reduce, reuse, or whatever it was back in there. I mean, yeah, there we go, my man. Essentially, that's the same thing over and over and over. Love it.
How environmentally conscious. I love it. Getting back to SPY here, we have this megaphone, and for me, this was a kind of failed move, but it doesn't mean we have to wash out completely. What I would like to see is just a little retest of this rising 9 moving average, this blue level, this blue line that we have. We've been extended ever since the gap up. Didn't touch it all the way up here. We still didn't quite touch it. We got so close, and that was enough to boost us potentially through the megaphone, but not enough to actually get the move. So what I'm looking for here is a nice pivot kind of in this 710, 711 area. I'd really like to see that transact and then show us in the next day or two that that is a good solid bottom. If we do get that, then I think that we are in blue skies up and away territory. So far the breakout hasn't failed so much as it's been stalled. So we got some spicy headlines today regarding escalation of the whole. Okay, Josh, have we talked about the whole Iran? We're bringing ships through. We're escorting them. Have we talked about that?
Well, that's what I briefly brought it up. I was hoping I literally brought it up for half a second. I was like, I literally for like 2 seconds. But yeah, then me and my brain's 100 miles an hour. I forgot what I brought up after that. I forgot to even dive into that because I was like, oh wait, don't forget we've got the deal of Iran. I brought up China. We brought up Chinese plays. They did. And I said, well, let's forget about what we got going on over in Iran. And then yeah, next thing you know, I forgot about something. I forgot what I brought up, and next thing you know, I forgot about it. Yeah.
No worries. I just wanted to not double harp on it, but it is really important. If we haven't touched on it, I'll just recap real quick. So essentially, Trump said that he is going to be using the U.S. Navy to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran does not like this. The way that I see this being framed as is that if Trump and his Operation Freedom or whatever it's called, is under the guise of a de-escalatory thing. Like, we already got the ceasefire. Now this is a new thing. If Iran fires on these ships, that will give the European Union and I think most of the Western aligned countries kind of a good reason to be able to get more involved. And I think that could end to a more expedited scenario playing out. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. We have to expect Iran to retaliate. That's what we were talking about last night, and we already are seeing that. We saw them firing a warning shot at one ship. That was the last headline I saw. And I know we fired at about 6 of their speedboats in retaliation there. So to me, this is not looking like de-escalation. It looks like we're kind of picking a fight that we can win. Hopefully this resolves fast, for the market. That's what we want to see, be able to look forward, see this whole thing wrap up in a couple weeks, get the troops back home. That's what we really want to see, guys. And we want to see them, I guess, to do the big celebration for Trump's 80th birthday, right? I'd rather have him home in a parade than
80. God, I didn't realize he turns 80. God bless him.
Getting on up there. Getting on up there.
And yeah, by the way, good alert. There's another one I missed. HCAI. Oh my gosh, HCAI. This is going bananas right now. Yeah, Taquito. I hate that I've missed this over the past hour of us me yapping it up. My gosh, but HCAI, a little too extended for me now. I'll see if I can get a bounce play back down around like 16, maybe even start filling in at 18. But HCAI is another former runner that we've had here recently, popped up about a month ago, actually, on April the 7th. And here we are on May the 4th be with you, by the way. May the 4th be with you there, Steve, and everyone else out there. Here we are almost a month of the day later, and it's popped up last week. If you go to last week, HCAI was a little fun on Thursday into Friday, nothing too crazy. And boy, oh, here she goes again here. HCAI. So any of you traders out there love to trade the madness like I do, we do have resumption time. At least for now, 5-minute resumption would be 54.13. 54.13 price showing 20.69. Woo, barn burner here. No news that came out on this. It's again what I was talking about, Steve, and of course you guys, Taquito, and all of you guys earlier. What did I say? These are the ones that are running. The guys in pre-market aren't really. You do have Cabot today, so nod to it for sure. But other than that, if you ran in pre-market, you're not doing much in market. SKK, not a pre-market play. It ran afterward. HCAI, not a pre-market play. Ran afterward. Q, I know it ran last week, but didn't do anything in pre-market. It's now a play afterwards. So essentially, if you're looking at plays in pre-market, you most likely aren't looking at them after the opening bell. And if you want to find your runners, they're coming after the opening bell rings.
Good stuff. I just want to point out here a couple really nice things that I feel like this is where I have a little bit of edge, and I can maybe be like, maybe I can play these, Josh. Maybe I can be a rock star like you, because I'm looking at this, and if this was on my radar, it's acting very right for my systems, right? It does the big surge up. It's a big sign of strength, obviously from call it 35 cents to $9, and then it pulls back about 50%, and it holds at these moving averages, and it starts looking like it's consolidating in an upward pattern like this. This is an aggressive upward squeezy type setup. So if it's playing nice, it plays off the 9 on its first tap, you get a nice new high. Great sign of strength. Can't just squeeze straight. That's totally fine. It comes back, undercuts the 9, but holds the 21. So that's like where the real meat and potatoes of that support, that rising support comes in. And boom, you see that great. And now it just opened off the 9. So it kind of handed off the baton pass from the 21 solid support to this running support. And you saw they took the ball and ran with it there. So I just want to point out that when you have a name like Q, you can start looking to get in front of, skate in front of the puck, or skate where the puck's going, right? Instead of like pee-wee, hockey where the puck goes and then everybody just runs right to it. Well, think about where it's going to, instead of just running where it is right now. So instead of thinking about these ones that are way up here already, we can look for, this got a nice break, but now it's consolidating again and getting tight. I really do like this look, and I would play this. Josh, how do you think about playing this in just like a range of this previous gap up candle? Like saying, I think it should hold there. And if it does, we can play accumulate and breakout. What do you think?
Hold on. Where'd you say at?
Q. So basically, we have this 2-day range forming. The past 2 days, it gapped up and it's held. So 25.50 is the low of that, and 37. So that's quite a range to play in, of course. But my kind of what I'd like to see is that in this 2-day range, I'll pull this up on a 15-minute chart. To me, this looks like healthy consolidation, and I want to see when it's going to break this down and how strong it is in the bottom half of this range. This isn't so much the straight breakout scalp. This is I guess a bit more of a longer term, not longer term, but just trying to kind of get a foothold in the lower part with the intention that it should get drawn higher. If it holds, maybe a 30 back test, that might be a nice area to get involved. I'm just seeing this high volume kind of sitting there.
Yeah, look what Aiken just did recently, and this has kind of got that AKAN kind of look to it. Aiken ran all the way up to 80 or 90 bucks or whatever it was before it had that top last Friday. So it kind of has that same feel, and that's what a lot of these plays like to do. They like to get to 50, and then after 50, they want to get to 75 area. So it could really pull the same thing that AKN just did. And like again, kind of what we talked about, this is what's been running. These runners that get up to 5 to 20, and then 30, and then 40, and then they get to 50, and then at 75. So yeah, I like that same kind of look. Move it over to Q now, and let's get it from Q.
Yeah. Real quick, just you're on the ACAN too, kind of the same thing where it forms this 1, 2, 3, and then the fourth pop really sends it through, and it's kind of this ascending triangle. So I'd love that on Qs too. Such a nice look there.
We're all over it, brother. We're all over it. Thank you, Taquito. It was like, maybe that's your play, because we're talking about plays earlier and what I like to trade. I'm like, I don't really see it. And yeah, this is what I like to trade. This is it, all over it. So yeah, we'll see if we get a dip by. And looks like it's unfortunately going to go live here right at the end of our lunch stream, which would be right around 59.13. So two things here before we get done. I already gave my PLTR levels, which I said, if we see 135 and crack it, it's done. I don't think we see us back up to the 140s. We've been seeing a lot of that and going right back to where we came from, and maybe even green, going back to, of course, us and Apple, what we saw on Thursday as it, returned back. And, of course, my Amazon play, right, even as well. So I think under 135, she cracks down and goes minimal down to around the 125, 120 mark. You can see a lot of support at both those levels. On the way up, I've got the break of 155 for the move up to 162. If she sees 162, 160 area, I think that's minimal on the way up, and then we'll see maybe possibly the 170. So
I love it.
what
Yeah,
say
Josh.
you? Because you're going to already give yours come up before, but if you wouldn't mind teasing people, what do you think on PLTR? Now, chart wise, it's always hard to say, I see this up, I see this down, factor in this, factor in that. So I never really do that too much. I mean, you could always be right or wrong. It does look like it wants to squeeze and go up to the 150-60 mark. So I would say up if I had to be, Mafia style Kentucky Derby. By the way, great comeback from Golden Moment Tempo. Golden. Did you watch the Kentucky Derby on Saturday?
I did not, Josh. That's my mandated must stay away from. I was out in nature. That's my one day I get.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I love
good?
watching it. There's a one thing that me and Avery actually we just love watching it. Because it's just we only watch it like that. We put it on about like essentially our time locally. The race is about 6:10, and so we'll put it on like 5:30, 5:45. Like right before the race. Golden Tempo was in the very last spot up until the almost essentially the final turn. And you got to look this up now and look at its badass comeback, weaving through horses, then taking the outside stretch to then chase everyone down to win it. It was definitely one of the cooler, funnest Kentucky Derbies that I'd seen because of that. Just like the comeback, the guy. Because what's crazy, here's my point. I was like, blah, 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 come back to win. I was like, hold on, he say because when the race started. He was in last place, and he's in my head is always going 100 miles an hour. And I'm looking at this horse going, and the jockey, and even thinking about all of them, like and the owner and the trainer, and going, that horse has no shot. He's done. I mean, you should have seen how far back he was. He was at least a good 7 links back from the rest of the crowd right out of the gate, and you're just going like, oh, this poor horse. What's it to be like to be in the Kentucky Derby? Like my head's immediately thinking that because there's a lot of race left, and so my brain's going like right there real quickly, like, man, you get all the way to Kentucky Derby just to finish last. Like I was thinking that, and I was like, oh my god, that guy actually won. I was like, Avery, I was like, when I told her that, I was like, that is so crazy. I was literally eyeing that horse out, going like, man, terrible start. Like that horse is gonna finish like dead last. It's so far back right now. And it just kept its golden tempo and pace, and then slowly there at the end just put the jets on. And yeah, it was a cool race. So yeah, I shout out to that. But back to that Mafia style, and because and another great movie. Have you ever seen the movie Slevin? Have you ever seen the movie Slevin?
Yes, it's been a long time, but that is a fun one. That's a fun one.
Speaking of horse races and mafia, right? That movie, we always talk about movies. Another one that I was going to say, if you haven't seen Slevin, because Avery had never seen Slevin before, I'm like, oh, this story is so good. Wait till you get to the end of this movie. Oh, the story. I love, the writing in movies like that, where the story accumulates in the end, and you're like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me, kind of thing. Gun to the head, mafia.
I got to give it one recommendation because you said that. Have you heard of Eddington by chance?
I have, but I haven't seen it.
Okay, dude, it's an epic, but it's Ari Aster, probably my favorite, current director. His whole thing is it's like slow burn, and then the last like third to quarter of the movie is just this wild crescendo. If you like that kind of, got to go fast into the end there, amping up.
Yeah,
definitely check out Eddington. That's a blast. But you just anything that goes fast, huh, Josh? Race cars, race horses. You're in.
Yeah, as you know it, brother. You know it, but that's back to the analogy there. If the mafia had the gun to the head, and I was just thinking about that because I was thinking about horse racing and how much mafia has always been tied to that supposedly throughout the years or whatever. But anyway, I would say up. I'd say this squeezes up, but that's where I just tell traders use your levels. We get to that 155, 157 corridor. We're going up. It should see the low to mid 160s. Below 135, watch for the crack continuation down to the 125 area. So that's what I would say. What about you, bro?
Love it. Yeah, I'm seeing similar for you as you for sure. The big thing for me is this big downtrend line just peekabooing. We have all the moving averages setting up very nicely. We have the higher low in place. So for me, this is all stages, all checks are good for launch here on the takeoff launch. The only thing we're waiting on is good results and the market to basically appreciate those good results. So I think that you're dead on through 150 here. If we get the volume, I think that we at the very least sweep this 160 to 165, but I think that very likely that if we do get the volume into that 50, we're going to squeeze through it up to the next fib here. This is a big level for me, this 170. So previous pivot work, all hell broke loose on Palantir. It was really trying to hold this upper structure, and then it just puked from 170 to, 128. We caught about 20 bucks of that move there. So I love when you catch a move off a big level, and then you just set an alert, and it starts to come back up into it, because often when it does flip that, we will have a really nice W base here to push up and out of and potentially go much higher. Hey, actually that could happen. So that's what we're going to be looking for. We're going to be talking about this more in the half hour leading up to the end of the market there. So we're going to be placing our bets. You know, we're going to be doing the what do you call it? Our predictions. That's going to be a lot of fun, Josh. We're going to be
Joe's
getting
you got Joe joining you today. Yeah, and we'll get the prediction out there for you guys out there. Of course, we'll get the link out there for the Discord for the challenge that we're doing today, 100%. And yeah, I'll have to reach out because they have me marked in for Thursday again, and I won't be able to join you on Thursday. And maybe someone will switch with me for earnings. I definitely want to cover earnings. But yeah, this Thursday I cannot fortunately do this Thursday. So yeah, maybe we'll get that switched around to another one. But today you're with Florida Joe covering PLTR. We got on DUOL. We got pins, grabs. We got some good tickers to look at today. I'd say big day this week. You know, like always, right in the middle of the week. That Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday stretch is going to be fun.
Absolutely. I'm really looking forward to it, guys. And thank you so much, everybody out there. I know we're a little over time here, so I'll wrap up. But just, guys, I want to show the appreciation because we had such an amazing response to the earnings shows last week. And it warms my heart. I'm sure same with you, Josh. It feels so good to have so much participation in the community. So thanks so much, guys. And we will be really cooking this week. So, Josh, I'll let you go there. I think that, I think we're about that time. But thank you so much. I appreciate you holding down the fort there while I was running around. You're the man, and everybody out there.
Easy peasy. You put a mic in front of my face, I start to yapping.
Like a fish in water. I love it, brother.
Yeah, right.
All right, man. We will see you guys in just a little bit. Well, I will be back in an hour and a half to prep for those earnings. It's going to be a lot of fun. Take care, guys.
imagine holding a small